Hello and welcome to First Move. I'm Julia Chatterley in New York. And the battle for Severodonetsk continues in East Ukraine. One military leader insisted that Ukrainian soldiers would not give up, though he acknowledged troops could end up pulling back to more, quote, fortified positions. The city has been targeted by Russian artillery for weeks, part of a larger Russian push to seize control of the Donbas region. CNN's Sama Abdelaziz joins us once again from Kyiv. Sama, you were talking to us about this yesterday too. I think the bravery in those comments clear, but also the ongoing challenges.
Absolutely, and you heard there those comments that we got from a regional official about pulling back to fortified positions. Ukrainian officials, of course, saying that the situation on the ground is changing hour by hour, that these are street by street fights, that these Ukrainian forces are fighting for every inch of Severodonetsk. They say the city is almost entirely decimated, but still not under the control of Russian forces. Now, why this battle over what has essentially now been turned into a wasteland? That is, if you pull up that map of the front lines in Ukraine, it is because Severodonetsk is in the Luhansk region, an area that Russian-backed separatist officials say is 97% under the control of Russian forces. Again, that is according to Russian-backed separatists. So Severodonetsk would be that final step, that important leap in President Putin's larger goal of taking control of the Luhansk region and, of course, the greater Donbas region. And these battles that we're discussing here, Julia, I mean, these can drag out. You're talking about superior Russian artillery striking at a Ukrainian force that is outmanned and outgunned. They are waiting on the one thing that could potentially turn the tide here. That's Western weapons, but that could be weeks away from receiving those long-range weaponry that they desperately need to be able to hit those Russian artillery positions. So what you could potentially be looking at, and what this regional official here is hinting at about pulling back to fortified positions, is essentially what Ukrainian officials would say is a strategic withdrawal, a strategic pullback. President Zelensky says that absolutely these Ukrainian forces are going to continue to try to defend that territory, but you can only imagine with the pressure that they're under that, you know, things are changing again moment by moment. At the same time, I want to point out that it's not just this front, the Donbas front, where Ukrainian forces are facing these tough battles. We're also seeing increased shelling in the southern front. The city of Mykolaiv in particular has been shelled heavily over recent days, according to Ukrainian officials. That could be an indication of potentially Russian forces trying to open up yet another front or push on yet another front. This is a war of attrition, Julia, with both sides losing resources, losing manpower, losing steel, losing steam, rather, and it could drag out with civilians caught in the middle, of course, for much longer.
Yeah, you make a great point. A war of attrition with consequences, not just in this region, of course, but beyond too. Sama, great to have you with us. Thank you. Sama Abdelaziz there. Food, speaking of that, has now become part of the Kremlin's arsenal of terror. Forceful words from EU Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen, stressing the need to unblock Ukrainian ports and restore global grain exports. Food corridors at the core of discussions in Turkey, where the nation's foreign minister is meeting with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov. Jemana Karachi is in Ankara for us. Jemana, I was just looking at the press conference and some of the comments that were made there, and the Russian foreign minister effectively saying, we're not to blame here, and the ball is in Ukraine's court. So I think that perhaps answers the question before I ask it, but was any progress made in these talks?
No real progress, Julia. I mean, there was really no expectation of any sort of a final deal to come out of this, especially when you consider that the Ukrainians were not part of these talks today. The expectation was that this is really going to lay the groundwork for further negotiations, further talks to try and work to establish this ambitious plan of a sea corridor through the Black Sea to resume exports of Ukrainian agricultural products and grains. And what we've heard from the Turkish foreign minister is that they're hoping in the coming days to try and bring together the Ukrainians, the Russians, along with Turkey, to look at a possible UN plan to try and create this grain corridor. Now, these talks, Julia, are expected to be very complicated, really technical. They're going to be looking at how they're going to establish this sea corridor, what it's going to look like, who is going to be responsible for the naval escorts for these ships coming in and out, the naval inspections of these ships. But perhaps the biggest obstacle, and we heard that again today come up in the press conference, is the issue of the mines in the Black Sea around the Ukrainian ports. As you mentioned there, the Russian foreign minister blaming Ukraine for this, saying that once they remove these mines, that exports will resume. And of course, we know that not only Ukraine, but the United States, the EU and others have blamed Russia for the blockade of Ukrainian ports. So this is one issue they have to really deal with. And another major issue to tackle, Julia, is what the Ukrainians want. And they really want security guarantees, saying that, their concern is that Russia would use this to try and attack their southern coast and their ports. Then also another issue, of course, is what the Russians want in return, and indications are they want some sort of sanctions relief, which, as you would expect, is going to be highly unlikely, considering that Western nations just slapped those sanctions on Russia. So really not much progress made today, but the Turkish foreign minister making clear that his country is going to continue working in this facilitator, mediator role to try and combat what he described as a true global crisis right now.
Yeah, I mean, the World Food Programme chief told us this was a declaration of war on food security, this ongoing blocking of the ports, and the world, the international community needs to come together to address this. Yes, seems like little progress there. We can hope. That's all we have at this moment. Jemana, great to have you with us. Thank you from Ankara there. And the issue of global food supplies was part of my conversation with the Secretary General of the OECD. Hear about the challenges that lie ahead in around 20 minutes' time with that conversation. To Berlin now. One person has died, several others were hurt after a car drove into a crowd in a busy shopping area. It happened near the site of the Christmas market terror attack 6 years ago. Fred Pleitgen joins us now. Fred, what more do we know about what happened here, who the individual was that was driving this, and perhaps if it was an accident or otherwise? Many questions.
Yeah, a lot of questions, and whether or not it was an accident or something else is certainly something that the authorities say they simply don't know at this point in time. They're still trying to discern that. However, they are saying more about the alleged driver of this vehicle. They say it's a 29-year-old Armenian-German man who is actually a resident in Berlin. It was quite interesting because we saw that car there that you see right there that then in the end ran into a perfume store. Really, as you put it correctly, very close to where that Christmas market attack happened in 2016 in Christmas of that year. And you can tell that car has a Berlin registered license plate, and apparently the driver is someone who is resident in Berlin. But again, the authorities at this point in time say they simply don't know what exactly was behind what happened there, whether or not it was an accident or whether or not there's some other sort of motivation behind it. But they do know that there was a lot of carnage, and that certainly is something that is extremely scary for folks there in Berlin. That area, they say this accident happened, or this incident happened at around 10:30 local time. And the shops there, this is one of the most popular shopping districts in all of Berlin. The shops there open around 10 a.m. So it would be shortly after shops open. There would have been a lot of people out. We're coming right out of a longer weekend in Berlin with some public holidays that were going on. And apparently the car ran into a group of people, then actually went back onto the road, then went back on the sidewalk and ran into that perfume store that we saw earlier, that video of that car in there. And that's obviously where a lot of those people were injured. Now, the police came out just a couple of minutes ago. This is something that we have fresh for you. And apparently the amount of injured who have life-threatening injuries has now been raised to 6 from 5. One person is dead, but again, right now the police still trying to come to terms as to what exactly the motivation was. As you can see there on our video, a lot of authorities are on the scene, a lot of police, a lot of first responders. There was an emergency helicopter that was on the scene as well, as the authorities right now siphoning through everything. But they do believe that they have the driver in custody. Earlier reports were that apparently he was apprehended actually by pedestrians who were standing by and then handed over to authorities. Julia.
Yeah, and I know the authorities have requested passers-by, if they have video or further information, to get in touch too. So if anybody's watching and does, then they should do that. Fred, thank you for that update there, and we wish all those people well. Okay, let me bring you up to speed now with some of the other stories making headlines around the world. think that says it all. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson greeted with both cheers and boos as he walked into Parliament earlier. It was the first time taking questions from lawmakers since surviving a confidence vote on Monday. And he defiantly vowed that no one will stop him from doing his job, despite his opponent's intentions.
In a long political career so far, I have, of course, picked up, barely begun, I have, of course, picked up political opponents all over the place. And that is because this government has done some very big and very remarkable things which they did not necessarily approve of.
US senators say they're starting to narrow their differences on gun violence legislation. They're considering small changes to current laws, including strengthening school security and further funding mental health care. The White House says it is optimistic about the talks. It held a news conference on gun control with actor Matthew McConaughey, a native of a town that suffered a recent mass shooting.
Can both sides rise above? Can both sides see beyond the political problem at hand and admit that we have a life preservation problem on our hands?
And President Biden's heading west today to host leaders from across the Western Hemisphere at the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. The attention, though, now on a growing list of leaders who've chosen not to attend rather than those who weren't invited, as Caitlin Collins reports.
A presidential summit off to a rocky start before it's even underway.
The president is looking forward to leaving tomorrow to head to the summit.
President Biden set to host the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles and convene the leaders of North, Central, and South America, but several have declined his invitation.
There cannot be a Summit of the Americas if all the American continent countries do not participate.
Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador says he's boycotting after his authoritarian counterparts in Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela weren't invited.
I believe in the need to change the policy that has been in place for centuries. Exclusion, the desire to dominate.
Now, the summit that's supposed to focus on tackling immigration and reestablishing U.S. leadership is becoming more about the guest list as the White House defends its invitations.
While the interim government was not invited to participate in the main summit, they are welcome to participate in all three stakeholder forums.
White House aides also pressed to explain where Biden draws the line, as he refuses to extend invitations to those dictators while also planning a trip to oil-rich Saudi Arabia, which he once vowed to make a pariah for the murder of journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Does he still seek to make Saudi Arabia a pariah state?
As president, he believes that if there is any way to get peace, he feels like he should take that direction. The president considers Saudi Arabia an important partner on a host of regional and global strategies.
Democratic lawmakers arguing that Biden's hand was forced by Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
The Saudis are the sole country that has a significant amount of quickly, readily deliverable oil and gas that can help address this. This is the sort of compromise that makes politics painful.
In the end, when it comes to the Summit of the Americas, the White House says 23 heads of state will be attending, with several other nations sending deputies in their place. One leader that the president will be coming face-to-face with for the first time is the president of Brazil. They will be meeting during the summit while the president is in Los Angeles. Caitlin Collins, CNN, the White House.
OK, coming up on First Move, the Ukrainian war, China's COVID lockdowns and rising pricing pressures, all weighing on the global economy. The head of the OECD gives his assessment next. Plus, I'm a consumer, get me out of here. The CEO of Hyatt discusses the recent travel explosion and what may still be holding us back. Next. Welcome back to First Move. A weaker Wednesday on tap for US stocks, so admittedly anything's possible as Tuesday's late morning bounce proves. We ended up higher, in fact, in yesterday's session. Europe, as you can see, turning lower too. Recession fears and the threat of stagflation, aka slowing growth and higher prices, continues to permeate both conversations and forecasts. The World Bank yesterday warning that some countries will have trouble avoiding recession. And the OECD out today with its warning about what's needed to offset the slowdown. The OECD Secretary General is on the show later today, so that conversation coming up. Meanwhile, concerns about the recession risk in the United States also heightened by the Atlanta Federal Reserve. Their latest snapshot shows the economy weakening even over just the past few weeks and is now growing by less than 1%. And of course, that follows a negative GDP read for the first quarter. Contributing to that, of course, oil's relentless rise, and that's going to be a deciding recessionary factor. Goldman Sachs now warning that crude will average around $140 a barrel later this summer, some 14% higher than where it is now. They also say oil needs to rise to $160 a barrel before firms are incentivized to get out there and pump more, and motorists are finally forced to drive less, and it brings that supply-demand imbalance more into line. Oil currently higher by around 1%, with both Brent and US crude now topping, as you can see there, $120 a barrel. It's an additional challenge for Ukraine, of course, with President Zelensky warning this winter will be the worst the country has faced in decades. He announced that the country will halt all coal and gas exports as it battles to shore up domestic supplies. President Zelensky met with the largest state-owned energy companies this week to discuss plans for what happens when the cold weather returns. And one of the companies that will be instrumental in that effort is DTEK, Ukraine's largest private energy firm. It provides 20% of Ukraine's electricity needs. It's also the country's biggest employer with more than 60,000 workers. And DTEK CEO Maxim Timchenko joins us now from Kyiv. Maxim, great to have you on the show. We appreciate your time. Just tell me how bad it might get this winter for Ukrainians. Do they have to expect power cuts, rationing as a matter of course?
Good morning, Julia. Thank you for your interest in speaking with us. For more than 100 days, Ukrainians fighting for Ukraine, fighting for our democracy, for our freedom, and fighting for energy security of European countries. So we already demonstrated that in such a difficult situation, we maintain stability of our energy system, and also we connected to European energy system. Moreover, we offering export of electricity from Ukraine to support our neighbors. So for the next winter season, it won't be easy, but we demonstrated so high level of unity. Ukrainian people, Ukrainian business, everybody involved in energy security of our country. So today, our company is a major coal producer in the country, and we managed to produce as much coal as it was before the war. And the same story with the gas production. So today we had all these activities together with the state-owned companies, with our Ministry of Energy, and I'm sure that for the rest 6 to 8 months we will do everything possible so that we avoid any blackouts during winter season.
I mean, that's an incredible feat, given what the country's going through. For consumers, at the same time, the president said, look, gas and electricity prices won't change. I know you as a company as well have been providing free electricity to critical infrastructure like law enforcement, hospitals and military facilities. How much of the energy that you're providing is actually being paid for? Can you afford this?
We have quite difficult situation in the beginning of the war when collection rate was about 30%. Today it's improving, and we collect about 85% for electricity and gas supply. Yes, it was decision taken at corporate level that until war is over, we provide electricity for free for some consumers, as you just mentioned, and we will keep doing that. It's not easy, but I think this is our contribution to our victory, and that we will keep providing this electricity for free. But in general, as I said, situation is improving in terms of payments. Then we try to do everything possible to improve financial situation for the whole sector. That's why export of electricity out of Ukraine to European countries is extremely important to support financial stability of our energy system. And basically, as I already said, unity is the key for us to be strong. So we work very closely with our government, with our partners and our colleagues in the energy sector, and I feel quite confident.
I want to talk to you about the future and the provision perhaps of electricity to other European nations, because that goes back to the financing and the future and rebuilding in Ukraine too. But just to your point about the coal production that you're managing to create and what you're providing at this moment, just how much of your operations have been impaired over the past few months? And just talk to me about sort of repairing those and recovery and rebuilding.
So I would use the word building new Ukraine rather than rebuilding. So, and basically, this is what we discuss with our international partners right now. So our position is that Ukraine should play much more important role in energy security of European countries. And today we have enormous opportunity to develop renewable energy. Basically, our company, being the major coal producer, 2 years ago announced that by 2040 we will be climate neutral, and we already became the largest renewable producer in the country. And this is a good example for other companies that we should go from fossil fuel to renewable, and Ukraine can be one of the major supplier of green energy to European countries. So we brought to the public initiative called 30 by 2030, meaning to have 30 gigawatt of renewable energy in Ukraine. Most of this will be supplied to our European colleagues, as well as producing green hydrogen for supply to European Union. So these initiatives we want to bring to general discussion. Basically, in the beginning of July, there will be a conference in Lugano about recovery of Ukrainian economy, where all this will be discussed. But I'm very much confident that Ukraine will play one of the most important roles in future energy security landscape of European Union, where I believe everybody learned a lot about Russian energy.
There's so much in that. There's the diversification away from Russian energy angle. There's the transition perhaps to cleaner energy. There's the ability for Ukraine one day perhaps to provide electricity and energy to other EU nations, as we've mentioned. You know, I've spoken to private investors who are looking at Ukraine and saying, one, that they want to help, but also that there's a business opportunity perhaps too, whether it's not rebuilding, building future infrastructure, electricity grids, whatever it is. Would you welcome foreign competition, support, but also competition to ensure that you have the most efficient infrastructure, energy infrastructure in the country in the future?
Of course, when we talk about such numbers of 30 gigawatt, it means huge investments, up to 40 billion euros, not only in production capacities, in power generation, but also in the grid infrastructure, transport capacities, battery storage. All this newest technology can be brought to Ukraine. And we basically building coalition of private business and major companies in energy sector. And with this discussion, we are looking for private capital supported by government institutions through political risk insurance. This is what basically we need. But there is very high level of interest from private businesses to invest and to build new Ukraine.
Yes, much to deal with in the short term and the longer term. So we wish you well, you and your family. Thank you for your time, and thank you for what you're doing for the people. Maxim Timchenko. Thank you, sir. The CEO of Ukrainian energy firm DTEK. We're back after this. Stay with us. Smiling faces there at the New York Stock Exchange. Welcome back to First Move. Markets are open on Wall Street this Wednesday, and we are seeing a bit of a pullback as expected. As you can see there, 0.25% for the Dow after a come-from-behind rally Tuesday. Investors concerned, of course, amid new warnings on the health of the global economy. The latest cautious comments coming from the OECD today. More on that in just a moment. In the meantime, India's central bank today raising a key interest rate by 0.5 percentage point as it battles the higher inflation, pressuring global consumers. Though a positive session more broadly across the Asia session, the Nikkei rallying 1% on news that the Japanese economy did not contract as much as first thought in the first quarter. The Hang Seng up more than 2%, beaten down Chinese tech stocks, the big winners once again, on signs that China is easing its regulatory crackdown on those big tech names. Alibaba today soaring more than 10%. And a charged up session for Chinese vehicle conglomerate BYD too. Shares higher after a company executive said the firm will supply batteries to Tesla soon, saying, quote, "We are now good friends with Elon Musk." BYD also has a friend in Warren Buffett, who is a backer. Firms involved in anything electric, of course, receiving increased investor interest amid oil's relentless rise, which is helping fuel global inflation. And the world is paying the price for Russia's war in Ukraine. That's the message from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development as they sharply downgrade its global growth forecasts for the year. It now expects growth of just 3%, down from the 4.5% it made in its December forecast. The OECD's Secretary General Matthias Cormann says Russia's war will continue to push inflation higher and challenge global food supply. Listen in.
Well, Russia's war of aggression is certainly imposing a very heavy price on the global economy. I mean, earlier this year, the economy was recovering. Earlier this year, economic growth was returning to normal. I mean, the recovery from COVID had been relatively strong and rapid. Yes, it was uneven, and there were also still some downside risks remaining with the pandemic. But the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine is causing a significant supply shock. It is having a significant negative effect on growth, and it is pushing up inflation higher and for longer.
On the forefront of the war in Ukraine, of course, beyond what Ukraine's suffering itself, those most leveraged to Russian oil. And we've seen astronomical price rises around the world, but you particularly pinpoint the challenges that Europe's facing too as they struggle to diversify away. You've even warned about possible energy shortages too. It's clearly a problem for Europe. How high is recession risk in your mind there? And the risk is that weakening growth in Europe obviously poses a huge problem for the rest of the world too.
Well, we're not projecting a recession. We are projecting a significant downward revision to growth, including in Europe. Indeed, the cost of the oil embargo on its own reduces economic growth by about 0.5% in 2023, and indeed pushes up inflation in itself. But that is assuming that there is no supply response from other oil-producing countries. I mean, OPEC countries and others could substitute the supply of Russian oil if they so chose, and certainly, I mean, we would very much urge them to do so.
And there's no ballast. I think that's part of the challenge here, because you've got huge nations like China struggling with zero COVID policies and slowing growth there too. Talk to me about your forecast for China specifically in that region.
Well, I mean, China's zero COVID policies certainly have come at a cost, and they've increased the level of volatility and led to a reduction in economic activity in China. And because China is such an important part of global value chains, I mean, that has had flow-on implications for the global economy. I mean, what we do hope is that with the emergence of an indigenous RNA vaccine in China, that the level of vaccination coverage and treatment options, as a result of COVID, will help to improve the outlook there, and that, of course, would be good for people in China, but it'll also be good for the global economic outlook.
I mean, the hope for the global economy too, it seems, when you're talking about slowing growth and the challenges in Europe, the slowing growth and COVID challenges in China, the hope is that the United States can remain relatively strong and provide some support. At the same time, you're also saying, look, central banks that have the capacity to respond, particularly when higher prices are caused by overbuoyant demand, and you pinpoint the United States, the central banks have to act. How worried are you that the United States struggles to find that balance?
Well, in the United States, I mean, the Federal Reserve has been acting, and I mean, they've been making their intentions very clear. There certainly was a need to, obviously increase the official cash rate in order to deal with the inflation challenge there. But of course, I mean, the inflation challenge is now very much global. I mean, this time last year, the inflation story was different in different parts of the world. There were different drivers of inflation in different parts of the world. But now with the war, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, inflation is becoming more widespread, and core inflation is now increasing everywhere. And central banks around the world certainly will need to take the appropriate steps, and indeed they are.
When we're talking about energy prices in particular, I know one of the policy prescriptions that you've suggested is a windfall tax on some of the energy companies, like the United Kingdom has done. I spoke to the head of the American Petroleum Institute, the oil and gas sector representative, this week, and he said it's terrible economics, a terrible idea. It was tried in the United States in the 1970s, and actually prices went up and consumers therefore paid the price. Production went down. What do you make of that response?
Well, we're not suggesting or supporting an ongoing sustained increases in taxation, but there are clearly temporary windfall profits as a result of what is happening to energy prices in the context of specifically that we're facing right now, and there are windfall profits being made at the same time as at the low-income end. Vulnerable households are being particularly hard hit, and so at a time when governments around the world are dealing with severely constrained budgets as a result of significant fiscal measures throughout the pandemic, there is a further need to provide fiscal support, well-targeted and temporary fiscal support, to those low-income households that are particularly hard hit by higher energy prices. And I would have thought that there is a capacity to align the temporary opportunity to increase revenue with the temporary exposure to higher expenditures. And so, given the constraints that governments around the world face in terms of their budgets and their balance sheets, and I would have thought that is something that governments quite appropriately should consider.
So the message to the governments is don't get bullied by the oil and gas sector, and the message is to the big players in the oil and gas sector, don't be greedy.
Well, assess the circumstance that we're facing. I mean, there are windfall profits that are caused by temporary circumstance. There is a temporary challenge at the low-income end that requires a fiscal response. There's a capacity to align the two.
I would agree with you. The knock-on effects of this are vast, and it's not just about energy prices, it's also about food prices, which combined have the most dramatic effect on those least able to afford it and those that spend the greatest proportion of their household income on these items. What your report also shows is that export barriers, restrictions are rising, and we've seen in the past that these things make it worse, far worse perhaps than it might have been.
Well, this is a very important point. I mean, the first point that I would like to make here is that in 2021-22, so that is in the period from May last year to June this year, the level of wheat production globally has actually increased. So there's not actually any objective reason for prices to rise the way they have. But of course, there has been significant changes in the composition of exports with some large export countries like Ukraine. facing constraints in terms of their capacity to export. So there's a change in the composition of trade, but overall across the world, production volumes of wheat are actually higher. So what we really need to ensure is that markets remain open and that to the extent that there are supply barriers, logistical barriers, we remove them. I mean, we need to ensure that products can get efficiently to the places where they're required. And when countries impose export restrictions, I mean, what that really does is, one, it reduces the incentive for their local farmers to produce more, as they can't sell it at the best possible price into the global market, and that sort of further constrains global supply. But even more so, it makes the problem in the rest of the world even worse, because the supply pressure there becomes higher and prices will increase by more. So export restrictions are the worst possible response to this challenge. Countries around the world really need to stick together and work to keep global markets open.
Yeah, we have to avoid this, to your point, and we've done this in the past, and we should know better, as hard as it is. The World Bank this week said, as a result of what we're seeing, and it goes back to everything we've discussed, for many countries, recession will be hard to avoid. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, we are not forecasting recession over the forecast period for 2022-23 as our central scenario, but we do readily concede that there are significant downside risks, and obviously the risks are very much tilted to the downside. But from where we sit now, we are projecting global growth of 3% this year, which is 1.5% less than what we predicted about 6 months ago, and we're predicting global growth of 2.8% next year. Most countries around the world have just come out of 4 quarters of strong growth all throughout 2021. I mean, the recovery from COVID was stronger and faster than had been anticipated when the pandemic first hit. And yes, inflation is elevated across most parts of the world. But we do expect those inflationary pressures to start easing as commodity and supply pressures ease, and indeed as monetary policy measures start to take effect.
A lighter tone there than the World Bank, I think, this week, which was interesting. There's more First Move after the break. Stay with CNN. Welcome back to First Move, and get me out of here in a nice way. Travel demand is roaring back despite pricing pressures and growth concerns. Hyatt is seeing demand explode with, quote, very strong bookings through this summer. Revenue is currently up nearly 100% in the Caribbean and Latin America compared with 2019. But of course, there are challenges too. Recent flight cancellations and delays are fueling some anxieties among travellers as well as those in the hotel industry. Let's get some perspective. The President and CEO of Hyatt Hotels, Mark Hoplamazian, joins us now. Mark, fantastic to have you on the show. Clearly, there's plenty of challenges. We've got some CEOs in the world talking about economic hurricanes, but what's clear, I think, from your numbers is that people just want to get back out there and travel and see people.
There's no question that that's true. The human urge to travel and to reconnect with loved ones, or if you're in a business, to convene your colleagues to reconnect in terms of their culture and the connectivity of the human relationships that drive businesses across the board. That's exactly what's going on.
Interesting you mentioned businesses there too, because it's not just about tourism. And I think we've all been focused on what kind of recovery we see in business travel. I read that we're around 2/3% recovered based on 2019 levels for business travel. Can you give us some more perspective and how much more recovery, bearing in mind we can do a lot of these conversations digitally too, that you think we get?
Right. So I'll give you some perspective on this. First of all, you're right. Leisure travel was the driver of the recovery, but business travel is now clearly recovering. And we track two different types of business travel. One is meetings and convenings. The other is individual business travel. The meetings business in the United States is more than 90% recovered at this point relative to 2019 levels, with very significant bookings for this year and into next year. The individual business travel is about 2/3 recovered. But I would just point out for a moment that the line between convenings and meetings and individual business travel is getting blurred. There are quite a few C-suite executives with whom I speak that say, I'm not doing the day trip between New York and San Francisco much, but as a team, we've done West Coast tours. We've done a tour together in the South. We did an East Coast tour. So there's some use cases that are actually new. And the reason they're doing it is that way is because they're able to really focus in given markets with given customers. So I think the being able to track these two distinctly and comparing them to 2019 is going to be a little challenging, but that's about where the recoveries are in those two respective areas.
Yeah, but you make a great point. The whole definition of what it looks like now has completely changed, and that's part of what we've seen through the last 2 years. How sustainable do you think all of this is? I mean, again, we keep talking about a cost of living crisis in parts of the world. We've got ongoing COVID and zero COVID policy challenges in China. Just can you characterize how likely it is that you can maintain the kind of strength and recovery that you're seeing, and for how long?
I do believe it's sustainable. For Hyatt, at least, we serve a high-end customer base. We don't participate in the mid-scale or economy segments of the industry. We're really primarily in select service, but also luxury, leisure, and lifestyle represent 40% of our total portfolio around the globe. And that customer base has the means to continue to travel, and they will. They've prioritized getting on the road and getting back together with family and friends and taking a holiday for their own well-being. There's a lot of self-care trips that are being planned. We have a high-end well-being brand called Miraval, which is, if I look at their performance year to date, it's enormous level of demand because people really are seeking out a way to take care of themselves and to reconnect with either a loved one or just be by themselves. So I see that sustaining. The second thing I would say is that the same urges that we see, the pent-up demand that has a human and emotional dimension in personal travel, is true in business as well. There's tremendous level of fulfillment that people feel when they get back together. I'm here in New York City attending a large hospitality conference, and there are over 1,500 in-person attendees. And the sense of regaining that sense of community has been really meaningful to a lot of people.
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because even if you go back 6 months, I think a lot of people would have looked at that and said, oh, am I attending some kind of super spreader event? And the decision today is, look, just get me back with people and have the conversation. I mentioned it in the introduction, this, I guess, underlying challenge that we've seen in many industries, but particularly in the travel industry, rehiring. It's creating challenges with certain flights, with perhaps time for check-in and some delays, even cancellations beyond. Mark, how much of a challenge is this? Or is people, to our earlier point, just saying, look, I'll deal with it. I just want to go on holiday or do the travel that I intend to do?
Yeah, I would say there are some challenges. One challenge, if you're sitting in the United States and looking for inbound international travelers, which is a very valuable segment of travelers into our market, we're down 50% from where we were before COVID. And so that's a significant issue. And one of the reasons that's the case is because the testing requirements into the US remain cumbersome and difficult. And it introduces some stress, additional stress in the process of travel. I would say that as to airlines, it's true that there have been some disruptions in terms of service and also cancellations. Some of that has to do with personnel availability, and some of it has to do with other fleet management issues. But we've been fortunate, I think, and last year we acquired a all-inclusive, luxury all-inclusive brand management business called the Apple Leisure Group, and we operate 100 resorts, about 60% of them in the Americas and 40% Europe. But we also run a large tour operations business and deal with airlines. So we're intimately engaged with airlines about their planning. And we've been able to actually work through with them being able to have enough capacity into places like Cancun in Mexico or in Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic. So we've been able to actually have enough airlift for people who are looking to get to Mexico and the Caribbean for that. But you're right, it remains an issue. And then in our business, we continue to be working very hard overtime to try to hire enough people. We're about 10 or so % below where we would like to be in terms of total staffing. So several thousand open positions at the moment in the United States. But we've changed our processes. We made it faster and easier, reduced the friction. We've made more flexible schedules for our housekeepers and others to try to attract more people. To make it easier. So, yes.
It's an ongoing challenge. Mark, great to chat to you. Have to wrap us up there.
Thank you.
Great to have you on, and we'll speak again soon. Thank you, the President and CEO of Hyatt there. We're back after this. Welcome back. And a glimpse of what could be the future of drive-through fast food delivery from the sky. Taco Bell opened a first-of-its-kind concept restaurant called Taco Bell Defy in a suburb of Minneapolis. It has 4 lanes and the kitchen is on top of a 2-story building. Each lane has a specific focus. One is for customers who use the Taco Bell app, another one is for delivery drivers, and the others are for traditional drive-up or drive-through orders.
Once the order is assigned to the lane, we just verify the customer's name. We lift up the top of the lift, put the food in, push the 2 buttons, and it's on its way.
Taco Bell says the design is a response to the way fast food orders have changed since the pandemic began. That's it for the show. If you've missed any of our interviews today, they will be on my Twitter and Instagram pages. You can search for @JChatterleyCNN. Connect the World with Becky Anderson is up next, and I'll see you tomorrow.
High-stakes talks in Turkey being called a threat of global magnitude if grain doesn't begin moving out of Ukraine again.
Maite wore green high-top Converse with a heart she had hand-drawn on the right toe because they represented her love of nature. Camilla's got these shoes. Can you show these shoes, please?
Well, a Hollywood heavyweight puts a harsh spotlight on the devastation from the Uvalde school massacre. Today, we hear from the survivors. Plus,
the sharpness of the slowdown is really concerning. We think it's the biggest slowdown of the global economy in 80 years. I think many countries will see a recession in this cycle.
Well, a stark warning with the global economy on the brink. Recessions may be unavoidable. I'm Becky Anderson. Hello and welcome to Connect the World. It's 3 p.m. out of London for you. Getting the grain flowing again. The Turkish government trying to use its regional clout and close ties with two warring nations to break a blockade that Ukraine's president calls a threat of global magnitude. That blockade, front and centre, as Turkey's foreign minister hosted his Russian counterpart today in Ankara. Turkey's top diplomat calling it a UN plan to end the blockade reasonable.
Daha geniş bir planda yarattığı sorunları da ele aldık.
Of course, beyond trade security and the security in the Black Sea, the war causes much more negative consequences, and the biggest one, of course, is the challenges for the materials and goods to be exported from Ukraine and Russia. Here, there are multiple ideas in place. And finally, we know that the UN has a plan, which includes the supervision of vessels, so between Ukraine, the Russian Federation and Turkey, we can establish a mechanism and establish a collaboration.
Well, Russia's foreign minister places the blame for the blockade squarely on Ukraine and says Ukraine must demine ports before shipments can resume. This couldn't be more important. Jumana Karajce connecting us from Ankara. For those of our viewers, wherever they live in the world, who have concerns about food security, Ankara is really in focus today. How are these negotiations going?
Well, Becky, you know, they concluded a few hours ago. The Russian foreign minister here with a military delegation. They arrived on Tuesday evening, meeting with their Turkish officials here. And we heard from the Turkish and the Russian foreign ministers in a press conference afterwards. And it does seem, Becky, there wasn't much progress that was made other than this talks that were held today, basically to agree on more talks. It doesn't seem at this point that they have both Russia and Ukraine really on board, despite the fact that both countries are saying they want exports to resume. There are serious demands from both countries that will need to be addressed. The indications are the Russians are going to want something in return for agreeing to a deal to allow for the exports to resume. Indications they would be looking at some sort of sanctions relief now that they feel that they have this sort of leverage. And then you've also got what we've heard from the Ukrainians repeatedly saying that they want security guarantees when it comes especially to this issue where you've heard the Russians accusing the Ukrainians of planting these mines that they say is the reason why these exports have stopped. Saying you want these exports to resume, the Ukrainians need to remove these mines from the Black Sea. And the Ukrainians are saying, look, they want security guarantees. They have serious security concerns that Russia would use this to attack the southern coast of Ukraine and the Ukrainian ports, escalate the ongoing attacks on those areas. So really, Becky, they need to tackle these issues before moving on to the even more complex issues of what the sea corridor is going to look like and who's really going to execute the plan and oversee it.
Right.
And the Turkish foreign minister, again, sounding very optimistic that they are going to try and bring both sides together and the United Nations in the coming days.
Well, one can only hope that they can, get this right, because you bring up a very good point. How would this grain corridor work? Should it be a workable option? Is it clear at this point, briefly?
It's not very clear. We've heard, several ideas being discussed, Becky, in the past couple of weeks in the Turkish media, Turkish officials in their interviews, basically where they would look at some sort of a grain corridor through the Black Sea, perhaps going through the Turkish Straits. Issues that they're going to really have to tackle, these complex technical issues of, the demining, of course, that's the key issue. And then you've got inspections. Who is going to be carrying out these inspections? Would it be the United Nations? Would it be Turkey, that is an acceptable player, a major Black Sea power that has good ties with both Russia and Ukraine, to inspect these ships to make sure that it is Ukrainian grains, it's agricultural products that's moving in and out. And then, so they really need to work on these technical issues. And this is where Turkey is hoping that they could bring together the Ukrainians, the Russians, and the United Nations in the coming days. Perhaps in Istanbul, we've heard Turkish officials also mentioning that in recent days, to try and work through this. But I really think, Becky, they need to first bring both countries fully on board to agree before starting to talk about these technicalities.
They seem to be some distance apart at the moment. Thank you. The byproduct, of course, of what is the Russian assault on Ukraine. Let's get you a picture of what is going on the ground then. On the front lines in eastern Ukraine, word today that Ukrainian forces fighting in Severodonetsk may pull back to more fortified positions. What does that mean? Well, the Ukrainian military leader of the Luhansk region says the troops are fighting for every inch of the city and won't surrender it. New satellite images reveal the devastation from weeks of brutal and bloody fighting in this Donbass region. The military chief says Russian shelling is erasing settlements from the very face of the earth. Meantime, Russia's state news agency reports more than 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers who left the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol will be transported to Russia for investigation. A lot more on Ukraine later this hour on Connect the World, including a gripping report from my colleague Ben Wiedemann on what it is like to stay behind in a combat zone.
Where's the order of this gun?
At 3 years old, Ivan doesn't know war rages around him. Try to explain it's only allowed.
The daily struggles of families living in hardship and fear. That is later this hour. Well, to a deadly incident in Berlin now. A car drove into a crowd of people in a busy shopping area in the German capital earlier on, veering onto a pavement and eventually crashing into a shop window. Police say one person was killed and several injured, including 6 people with life-threatening injuries. CNN International correspondent Fred Pleiken, normally based in Germany, is following the developments today for you from Moscow. Police have identified the driver. Who is he?
Yeah, Becky, identified, and he's also been apprehended as well. First of all, one of the things that's really tragic, and we've just heard actually a couple of minutes ago, Becky, is that apparently of those injured, at least some of them are students who were there on a school trip from central Germany. So really some very young people, unfortunately, who were injured in that incident. But as far as the driver is concerned, the police has now come out and said it's a 29-year-old man of Armenian German man who is resident in Berlin. And it's quite interesting. You can see there on those pictures that we have right now that the license plate there begins with a B, which is the Berlin license plate registration, and that person apparently is also a resident of Berlin. So the police saying that this person caused this incident apparently and then was apprehended by passers-by and handed over to the police. Becky,
do we know what happened at this point?
Yeah, that's the big thing that police have been coming out with. And we have to note that the police, the Berlin police is saying they are calling on people who may be witnesses to send in videos so they can piece together better what exactly happened. You can see again here some scenes from the scene. I have to give a big shout out also to our own Chris Stahn, who's out there on the ground. He was on the scene really quickly and is getting us a lot of these videos to make sure that we can also try and see some of the forensic work that's going on. But the police are essentially saying this was actually quite a protracted incident that happened. This happened at around 10:30 a.m. It's around the time that the shops open there on that very busy street. And apparently the car rammed into a group of people, then went back onto the road, and then went off the road again on the sidewalk, and then ended up in that store, which is actually a perfume store that we see on that video as well. So a protracted incident, and that's also one of the reasons, Becky, why the police say they're still trying to find out whether or not this was an accident or whether all of this was done deliberate and there might be some other sort of motivation, Becky.
Yeah, well, as Fred mentioned, Berlin police are asking the public to upload videos, thank you, or stills to their website so that officers can look for clues. Scottish-American actor John Barrowman was at the scene and he joins us now with his husband, Scott Gill, live from Berlin. Horrific, I'm sure, to witness. Tell us where you were and what you saw when this crash happened, sir.
Well, we were at the Uniqlo store across the street, and we just literally finished purchasing some things, and we heard a very loud noise. Didn't think anything of it. Came out, and when we saw what was in front of us, we thought maybe it was an incident, like an accident at a junction, because it was a cross junction in the street. And we walked across the street. We saw the Renault Clio, which was inside the, had gone straight across a kind of cafe area, barreled through all of the chairs, and there were some injuries there, I think, and then it went right into the store window. Now, we still at that point thought it was an accident, so we turned around because we were heading to the bank to go change some money, and as we walked up the street, we then realized we were in something bigger because there was a dead body lying right in front of us on the street. And when we got to the corner of the bank and the Levi's store where the driver had come onto the pavement, and we just had dinner there the night before, we knew we were in something much bigger because there were just people laying all over a lot of people on the pavement. And then within seconds, the emergency services swarmed in and started taking care of the people who were injured. And then there was a second wave of emergency services because I got on the phone and started calling my family, and Scott talked to his family. And ironically, a friend of mine rang me, a friend, Mikey Kay, who's a military assault helicopter pilot. And he just was calling to say hi, but I told him what was happening. And he said, get yourself behind a tree in case there's a second car or something, because then you're protected by the tree. So I sat behind the tree. I turned my camera on and started talking and stuff. And at that point, the second wave of emergency services came in. And they established a cordon and then started moving people back. But what's interesting, it's terrible, is the fact that afterwards we realized that the Christmas market driving incident had happened across the street from
the other side of the street
from where we were. And that was last night we were walking home and I saw all these large bollards, and I said to Scott, that must be something that is done to protect the people on the streets. And by the person, now we know it was a man who was dead on the street. He next to him was one of those bollards which had exploded. And that was, that's really what we saw. So we kind of almost traced back the steps, not knowing that we were involved in there.
We saw the whole accident scene in reverse as we went. It's about 300 meters from Kufstein down to and we literally walked the whole accident scene in reverse. And it wasn't until we got halfway through it that we realized it was a much bigger incident. It wasn't just a single accident. It was obviously connected to a number of incidents down the street. So
and I know that they're still under investigation and they're still checking all that out. But clearly, if it was somebody who passed out at the wheel, they couldn't. We mapped it out. They couldn't have gone that distance. Unless
the investigation, as you rightly point out, thank you guys. The investigation continues. It is not clear what happened at the scene, but your eyewitness accounts are so useful, both to us, of course, and to authorities. There have been reports that the driver of this car was actually apprehended by the public at the scene, as it were. Were you there? Did you see what happened to the driver of this vehicle?
We arrived on the scene just as he was being dragged off up the street. We could see a huge commotion further up the street, which was away from the accident scene, which seemed a bit strange.
And we couldn't, but honestly, we couldn't see if it was a policeman or the public dragging him up, because when we stood by that cordon, the police then came over to tell us to move. But immediately once the car had gone in, it was clear that the door was opened from the vehicle and he was dragged out because we saw the commotion on the ground.
Yeah.
Guys, awful to witness. Our feelings are for, of course, those who have been involved, directly involved in this. We really appreciate your time.
Yeah, don't worry about, we're fine. We feel sad for those people who got up in the morning to go have breakfast and to walk across the street to go to the bank, and they were barreled down. It's just awful.
And that poor teacher.
No, I totally understand. Thank you both for joining us this hour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this just in, prosecutors here in the United Kingdom have authorised indecent assault charges to be filed against disgraced movie producer Harvey Weinstein. Now, they stem from an alleged incident involving a woman in London in 1996. The charges follow a review of a Metropolitan Police investigation. Weinstein has denied all of the allegations against him. Coming up, a Hollywood star from Uvalde, Texas, makes an impassioned plea for action on gun reform. That is just ahead. And a slew of no-shows by top leaders at the Summit of the Americas. Will it be an embarrassing black eye for its host, President Biden? More on that after this. He is an Academy Award-winning actor, but Matthew McConaughey is now raising his voice with other angry and grieving Americans to call for gun reform after a mass shooting left his hometown in mourning.
So, we know it's on the table. We need to invest in mental health care. We need safer schools. We need to restrain sensationalized media coverage. We need to restore our family values. We need to restore our American values. And we need responsible gun ownership. Responsible gun ownership. We need background checks. We need to raise the minimum age to purchase an AR-15 rifle to 21. We need a waiting period for those rifles. We need red flag laws and consequences for those who abuse them. These are reasonable, practical, tactical regulations to our nation, states, communities, schools, and homes. Responsible gun owners are fed up with the Second Amendment being abused and hijacked by some deranged individuals. These regulations are not a step back. They're a step forward for a civil society and the Second Amendment.
Well, the Hollywood star is from Uvalde, Texas, where, of course, 19 children and 2 teachers were killed in a mass shooting last month. McConaughey spent most of the past week with families of the victims. Well, among the survivors of that horrific shooting in Uvalde is an 11-year-old who spoke to CNN about her ordeal recently. Mia Cirillo described in chilling detail about how she smeared herself with a friend's blood and played dead. Well, she and others directly impacted by gun violence are talking to US lawmakers about the lives lost. That is this morning on the Hill. The hearings got underway just a short time ago. CNN congressional reporter Daniela Diaz is monitoring those hearings, and you've just seen some of the opening statements there. Just tell us a little more, if you will, about the survivors and relatives of victims who we will hear testify today in Congress.
Becky, this is incredibly notable that we will be hearing directly from Mia Cirillo, that 11-year-old you just mentioned, who, to survive that horrific Uvalde shooting, smeared blood from her friend on her and played dead during this horrific shooting that left 20 dead. That's how she survived. She's actually going to give video testimony during this hearing in moments from now. Her father is introducing her. Other than Mia Cirillo, who we will hear from, there's also going to be Felix and Kimberly Rubio, the parents of Lexi Rubio, a 10-year-old victim of the shooting, and they plan to plead to lawmakers, directly to Republicans, Becky, who do not support some of these measures that Democrats want to push in Congress on gun safety reform. They want to plead that they try to ban AR-15s. They do not understand why this weapon is sold in the United States, how this weapon was able to get in the hands of an 18-year-old who shot up this elementary school just 2 weeks ago. We will hear directly from them as well. But really what they want is to turn Republicans' minds and convince them to support gun safety reform here on Capitol Hill, because it is Republicans who remain the obstacle for trying to pass any sort of gun safety reform. Becky.
Well, this is a House committee hearing testimony on gun violence. Thank you for your reporting there. Witnesses include survivors and family members of victims from the mass shootings in Uvalde and Buffalo. We will get back to hear that witness statement and testimony just as soon as that starts. Well, an unmitigated disaster for American diplomacy and its own hemisphere, and a national embarrassment. That is how a former Obama official describes the Summit of the Americas underway in Los Angeles. US President Joe Biden heads there next hour, but there are some big no-shows as exasperation mounts over the Biden administration's handling of the event and its perceived lack of attention to Central America. Now, Mexico's president boycotting the summit because Cuba, Nicaragua and Venezuela weren't invited. Other heads of state are also staying away, including the leaders of Honduras, Guatemala and El Salvador. All countries Vice President Kamala Harris is working with to stem the massive numbers of migrants flocking to the US border.
I am pleased to announce that since the launch of our call to action last year, we together have generated more than $3.2 billion of investment in the region. And when we provide economic opportunity for people in Central America, we address an important driver of migration.
Well, even so, a migrant caravan of more than 2,000 people is heading towards the US from southern Mexico right now. That is according to the United Nations. CNN White House reporter Kevin Liptak joins me now to talk about all of this, and that caravan likely organised to happen at the time of this summit. The US doesn't get to host a summit like this very often. The Biden administration is downplaying these absences. But there's enough people, both inside and outside of the administration, suggesting this is a big mess. How do we get to this point?
Well, and I think that one of the biggest issues is that this is all that anyone's talking about, is who is not coming to this summit. And as you said, these summits are really about the symbolism, about convening the hemispheric leaders here in Los Angeles and really reasserting the U.S.'s commitment to focus on this region after it had been largely ignored under President Trump. And what President Biden wanted to do was sort of show that he was committed to this. They had been planning this summit for at least a year. They identified Los Angeles as the venue in January, but it really had been in the last several months or so that you did start to see these cracks emerging among countries in the region because the United States said that it wouldn't invite the leaders of those autocratic nations, but the U.S. sort of refused to say whether they would invite lower level representatives or other kinds of representatives from those governments. So this sort of drama soap opera played out really up until the week that the summit started, and finally on Monday, when the Mexican president said that he wouldn't attend. And of course, those other sort of leftist-leaning countries in Central America, the Northern Triangle, followed suit. And it became sort of the story that has overshadowed what President Biden really wants to be doing here, which is to focus on some very serious issues, whether it's migration or whether it's trying to bolster supply chains. These are all issues that have a huge effect in the United States, have a huge effect on his political standing as well. And so it is an issue that coming into the summit, the president will depart later this morning. That is the sort of the main headline that is dominating here, Becky.
Kamala Harris couldn't have worked harder. I mean, the months that she has spent during this administration in working with the Americas on the issue of migration, talking about how the issue starts at source and what can be done about that. And as you rightly point out, critics say that this reinforces an impression the region is not a priority for the Biden administration, and I wonder how fair that is. We also know how China is walking into what is a perceived gap left by the states if the states indeed hasn't, got its eye focused on the region, which again is another issue, isn't it? I just wonder. I tell you what, I'm going to leave it there. We thank you very much indeed. I do want to get back to the Hill House Committee hearing the testimony on gun violence. Witnesses include survivors and family members of victims from the mass shootings in Uvalde and Buffalo. Let's listen in.
An employee in a historically black community on Jefferson Avenue in Buffalo, New York. Zaire, the kid, is now a 21-year-old man. He's pure joy. He's everything that is good in this world. And as I sit here before you today, I can hear my son telling me to stop being extra and get to the point. I was going to tell you all a bunch of fluffy, funny stories about Zaire, but I have a message. So I'll get to the point. As Director of Diversity and Inclusion with New York State Senator Tim Kennedy's office, stories of gun violence and racism are all too familiar. But now these stories are Zaire stories. These problems literally knocked on my front door. These are issues that as a country we do not like to openly discuss. Domestic terrorism exists in this country for 3 reasons. America is inherently violent. This is who we are as a nation. The very existence of this country was founded on violence, hate, and racism, with the near annihilation of my Native brothers and sisters. My ancestors brought to America through the slave trade were the first currency of America. Let me say that again for the people in the back. My ancestors, the first currency of America, were stripped of their heritage and culture, separated from their families, bargained for on auction blocks, sold, beaten, raped, and lynched. Yet I continuously hear after every mass shooting that this is not who we are as Americans and as a nation. Hear me clearly. This is exactly who we are. Education. Majority of what I have learned about African American history, I did not learn until I went to college, and I had to choose those classes. Why is that? Why is African American history not a part of American history? African Americans built this country from the ground up. My ancestors' blood is embedded in the soil. We have to change the curriculum in schools across the country so that we may adequately educate our children. Reading about history is crucial to the future of this country. Learning about other cultures, ethnicities, and religions in schools should not be something that is up for debate. We cannot continue to whitewash education, creating generations of children to believe that one race of people are better than the other. Our differences should make us curious, not angry. At the end of the day, I bleed, you bleed. We are all human. That awful day that will now be a part of the history books, hopefully, let us not forget to add that horrific day to the curriculum that we teach our children. Guns. The 18-year-old terrorist who stormed into my community armed with an AR-15, killing 10 people and injuring 3 others, received a shotgun from his parents for his 16th birthday. For Zaire's 16th birthday, I bought him a few video games, some headphones, a pizza, and a cake. We are not the same. How and why? And what in the world is wrong with this country? Children should not be armed with weapons. Parents who provide their children with guns should be held accountable. Lawmakers who continuously allow these mass shootings to continue by not passing stricter gun laws should be voted out. To the lawmakers who feel that we do not need stricter gun laws, let me paint a picture for you. My son, Zaire, has a hole in the right side of his neck, 2 on his back, and another on his left leg, caused by an exploding bullet from an AR-15. As I clean his wounds, I can feel pieces of that bullet in his back. Shrapnel will be left inside of his body for the rest of his life. Now I want you to picture that exact scenario for one of your children. This should not be your story or mine. As an elected official, it is your duty to draft legislation that protects Zaire and all of the children and citizens in this country. Common sense gun laws are not about your personal feelings or beliefs. You are elected because you have been chosen and are trusted to protect us. But let me say to you here today, I do not feel protected. No citizen needs an AR-15. These weapons are designed to do the most harm in the least amount of time. And on Saturday, May 14th, it took a domestic terrorist just 2 minutes to shoot and kill 10 people and injure 3 others. If after hearing from me and the other people testifying here today does not move you to act on gun laws, I invite you to my home to help me clean Zaire's wounds so that you may see up close the damage that has been caused to my son and to my community. To the families of Ruth Whitfield, Pearl Young, Catherine Massey, Hayward Patterson, Celestine Cheney, Geraldine Talley, Aaron Salter, Andre McNeil, Margaret Morrison, and Roberta Drury, I promise that their deaths will not be in vain. Zaire and I promise to use our voice to lift their names, and we will carry their spirit with us as we embark on this journey to create change. I know that their collective souls watched out for Zaire that day, and I am eternally grateful to them for that. To the east side of Buffalo, I love you. I'm speaking directly to my people, to my hood. From Bailey to Broadway to Kensington to Fillmore to Delavan to Jefferson and every street in between. Just like the potholes that we want filled in, yes, I keep it real, together we will continue to fill those streets with love. No matter what people say about the east side of Buffalo, we will not be broken. I was born there, raised there. I raised my son there, I still live there. And I do the majority of my professional work on the east side of Buffalo. I vow to you today that everywhere I go, I will make sure that the people hear the real stories of our people. For too long, our community has been neglected and starved of the resources that we so greatly need. I promise that I will not stop pushing for more resources to be funneled into the east side of Buffalo. Each and every person that lives within that community, we are family. Not a perfect community, but I know that we are love. To the greater Buffalo area, to everyone from around the country and the world who have reached out and loved on us. On behalf of Zaire, Zaire's father, Damian Goodman, my mother, my father, my sisters, my brothers, and myself, we thank you. We thank you for all of your thoughts and your prayers. Thank you for all of the love and support you have shown us during this difficult time. But I also say to you today, with a heart full, from the outpouring of love that you also freely gave us, your thoughts and prayers are not enough. We need you to stand with us in the days, weeks, months, and years to come, and be ready to go to work and help us to create the change that this country so desperately needs. And I will end with a quote from Charles Bloom in his book, The Devil We Know. Race, as we have come to understand it, is a fiction, but racism, as we have come to live it, is a fact. The point here is not to impose a new racial hierarchy, but to remove an existing one. After centuries of waiting for white majorities to overturn white supremacy, it is to me that it has fallen to Black people to do it themselves. And I stand at the ready. Zaire, this is for you, kid. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Dr. Guerrero, you are now recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. My name is Dr. Roy Guerrero. I'm a board-certified pediatrician and was present at Uvalde Memorial Hospital the day of the massacre on May 24th, 2022 at Robb Elementary School. I was called here today as a witness, but I showed up because I am a doctor. Because how many years ago I swore an oath to do no harm. After witnessing firsthand the carnage in my hometown of Uvalde, to stay silent would have betrayed that oath. Inaction is harm. Passivity is harm. Delay is harm. So here I am, not to plead, not to beg or convince you of anything, but to do my job, and hope that by doing so, it inspires the members of this House to do theirs. I've lived in Uvalde my whole life. In fact, I attended Robb Elementary School myself as a kid. As often is the case with us grown-ups, we remember a lot of the good and not so much of the bad. So I don't recall homework or detention. I remember how much I loved going to school. What a joyful time it was. Back then, we were able to run between classrooms with ease to visit our friends. And I remember the way the cafeteria smelled at lunchtime on hamburger Thursdays. It was right around lunchtime on a Tuesday that gunman entered the school through a main door without restriction, massacred 19 students and 2 teachers, and changed the way that every student at Robb and their families remember that school forever. I doubt they'll remember the smell of the cafeteria or the laughter ringing in the hallways. Instead, they'll be haunted by the memory of screams and bloodshed, panic and chaos, police shouting, parents wailing. I know I will never forget what I saw that day. For me, that day started like any typical Tuesday in our pediatric clinic. Moms calling for coughs, boogers, sports physicals, right before the summer rush. School was out in 2 days. Then summer camps would guarantee some grazes and ankle sprains, injuries that could be patched up and fixed with a Mickey Mouse sticker as a reward. Then at 12:30, business as usual stopped, and with it, my heart. A colleague from a San Antonio trauma center texted me and said, "Why are pediatric surgeons and anesthesiologists on call for a mass shooting in Uvalde?" I raced to the hospital to find parents outside yelling children's names in desperation and sobbing as they begged for any news related to their child. Those mothers' cries I will never get out of my head. As I entered the chaos of the ER, the first casualty I came across was Mia Cerrillo. She was sitting in the hallway. Her face was still clearly in shock, but her whole body was shaking from the adrenaline coursing through it. The white Lilo and Stitch shirt that she wore was covered in blood, and her shoulder was bleeding from a shrapnel injury. Sweet Mia, I've known her my whole life. As a baby, she survived major liver surgeries against all odds. And once again, she's here as a survivor, inspiring us with her story today and her bravery. When I saw Mia sitting there, I remembered having seen her parents outside. So after quickly examining 2 other patients of mine in the hallway with minor injuries, I raced outside to let them know that Mia was alive. I wasn't ready for their next urgent and desperate question. Where's Elena? Elena is Mia's 8-year-old sister, who was also at Robb at the time of the shooting. I had heard from some of the nurses that there were 2 dead children who had been moved to the surgical area of the hospital. As I made my way there, I prayed that I wouldn't find her. I didn't find Elena. But what I did find was something no prayer will ever relieve. 2 children whose bodies had been pulverized by bullets fired at them, decapitated, whose flesh had been ripped apart, that the only clue as their identities was a blood-splattered cartoon clothes still clinging to them, clinging for life and finding none. I could only hope these 2 bodies were a tragic exception to the list of survivors. But as I waited there with my fellow Uvalde doctors, nurses, first responders, and hospital staff for other casualties we hope to save, they never arrived. All that remained was the bodies of 17 more children and the 2 teachers who cared for them, who dedicated their careers to nurturing and respecting the awesome potential of every single one, just as we doctors do. I'll tell you why I became a pediatrician, because I knew that children were the best patients. They accept the situation as it's explained to them. You don't have to coax them into changing their lifestyles in order to get better or plead them to modify their behavior as you do with adults. No matter how hard you try to help an adult, their path to healing is always determined by how willing they are to take action. Adults are stubborn. We're resistant to change, even when the change will make things better for ourselves, but especially when we think we're immune to the fallout. Why else would there have been such little progress made in Congress to stop gun violence? Innocent children all over the country today are dead because laws and policy allows people to buy weapons before they're legally old enough to even buy a pack of beer. They're dead because restrictions have been allowed to lapse. They're dead because there are no rules about where guns are kept, because no one is paying attention to who is buying them. The thing I can't figure out is whether our politicians are failing us out of stubbornness, passivity, or both. I said before that as grown-ups, we have a convenient habit of remembering the good and forgetting the bad. Never more so than when it comes to our guns. Once the blood is rinsed away from the bodies of our loved ones and scrubbed off the floors of the schools and supermarkets and churches, the carnage from each scene is erased from our collective conscience, and we return again to nostalgia, to the rose-tinted view of our Second Amendment as a perfect instrument of American life, no matter how many lives are lost. I chose to be a pediatrician. I chose to take care of children. Keeping them safe from preventable diseases, I can do. Keeping them safe from bacteria and brittle bones, I can do. But making sure our children are safe from guns, that's the job of our politicians and leaders. In this case, you are the doctors, and our country is the patient. We are lying on the operating table, riddled with bullets like the children of Robb Elementary and so many other schools. We are bleeding out, and you are not there. My oath as a doctor means that I signed up to save lives. I do my job. And I guess it turns out that I am here to plead, to beg, to please, please do yours.
Thank you. We will now play the video from Mia.
My name is Mia Cedillo, and I go to Robb Elementary. We were just watching a movie, and then she got an email, and then she went to go lock the door, and he was in the hallway, and she got an email, and then she went to go lock the door, and he was in the hallway, and they made eye contact, and then she went back in the room and she told us, go hide, and then we went to go hide behind my teacher's desk and behind the backpacks, and then he shot the little window, and then he went to the other classroom, and then he went, there's a door between our classrooms, and he went to there and shot my teacher and told my teacher goodnight and shot her in the head, and then he shot some of my classmates and the whiteboard. When I went to the backpacks, he shot my friend that was next to me, and thought he was going to come back to the room. So I grabbed the blood and put it all over me. And
what did you do then when you put the blood on yourself?
Just stay quiet, and then I got my teacher's phone and called 911.
And what did you tell 911?
I told her that we need help and to send the police in our classroom.
If there was something that you want people to know about that day and about you, right? Or things that you want different, what would it be?
To have security.
Do you feel safe at school? Why not?
Because I don't want it to happen again.
And you think it's going to happen again?
Mr. Cirillo, you're now recognized.
Hello. Hello, today I play with, hang around with, and do everything because she was daddy's little girl. I have 5 kids, and she's the middle child. I don't know what to do because I think I would have lost my baby girl. My baby girl is the world, 'cause not only once, but twice, she came back to us. She's everything, not only for me, but her siblings and her mother. I thank y'all for letting me be here and speak out, but I wish something will change, not only for our kids, but every single kid in the world, because schools are not safe anymore. Something needs to really change. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I understand you are now leaving. We thank you for sharing your story. Thank you, and Mr. and Mrs. Rubio, you are now recognized for your testimony.
I am Kimberly Rubio. This is Felix Rubio. We're the parents of Alexandria Anaya, best known as Lexi Rubio, and 5 other children who all attended Uvalde Public Schools during the 2021-2022 school year. Calissa, who completed high school this year, Isaiah, who attends Uvalde High School, David Morales Junior High, Jalila Flores Elementary, and our 2 youngest children, Julian 8 and Lexi 10, who were at Robb Elementary. On the morning of May 24th, 2022, I dropped Lexi and Julian off at school a little after 7 a.m. My husband and I returned to the campus at 8 a.m. for Julian's award ceremony, and again at 10:30 a.m. for Lexi's award ceremony. Lexi received the Good Citizen Award and was also recognized for receiving all A's. At the conclusion of the ceremony, we took photos with her before asking her to pose for a picture with her teacher, Mr. Reyes. That photo, her last photo ever, was taken at approximately 10:54 a.m. To celebrate, we promised to get her ice cream that evening. I told her we loved her and we would pick her up after school. I can still see her walking with us toward the exit. In the reel that keeps scrolling across my memories, she turns her head and smiles back at us to acknowledge my promise. And then we left. I left my daughter at that school, and that decision will haunt me for the rest of my life. Afterward, Felix dropped me off at my office, the Uvalde Leader News, and returned home because it was a rare day off for him between normal shifts and security gigs he takes to help make ends meet. I got situated at my desk and began writing about a new business in town when the news office started hearing commotion on the police scanner, a shooting on Diaz Street near Robb Elementary. It wasn't long before we received word from my son's teacher that they were safe, secure in the classroom. Once evacuated from campus, the children were reunited with parents and guardians at the Civic Center. My dad picked up Julian from the Civic Center and took him to my grandmother's house. One of our Robb kids was safe. We focused on finding Lexi. Bus after bus arrived, but she wasn't on board. We heard there were children at the local hospital, so we drove over to provide her description. She wasn't there. My dad drove an hour and a half to San Antonio to check with the university hospital. At this point, some part of me must have realized that she was gone. In the midst of chaos, I had the urge to return to Rob. We didn't have our car at this point, and traffic was everywhere. So I ran barefoot with my flimsy sandals in my hand. I ran a mile to the school, my husband with me. We sat outside for a while before it became clear we wouldn't receive an answer from law enforcement on scene. San Antonio firefighter eventually gave us a ride back to the Civic Center, where the district was asking all families who had not been reunited with their children to gather. Soon after, we received the news that our daughter was among the 19 students and 2 teachers that died as a result of gun violence. We don't want you to think of Lexi as just a number. She was intelligent, compassionate, and athletic. She was quiet, shy unless she had a point to make. But she knew she was right. She so often was. She stood her ground. She was firm, direct, voice unwavering. So today, we stand for Lexi, and as her voice, we demand action. We seek a ban on assault rifles and high-capacity magazines. We understand that for some reason, to some people, to people with money, to people who fund political campaigns, that guns are more important than children. So at this moment, we ask for progress. We seek to raise the age to purchase these weapons from 18 to 21 years of age. We seek red flag laws, stronger background checks. We also want to repeal gun manufacturers' liability immunity. You've all seen glimpses of who Lexi was, but I also want to tell you a little bit about who she would have been. If given the opportunity, Lexi would have made a positive change in this world. She wanted to attend St. Mary's University in San Antonio, Texas, on a softball scholarship. She wanted to major in math and go on to attend law school. That opportunity was taken from her. She was taken from us. I'm a reporter, a student, a mom, a runner. I've read to my children since they were in the womb. My husband is a law enforcement officer, an Iraq war veteran. He loves fishing and our babies. Somewhere out there, there is a mom listening to our testimony, thinking, I can't even imagine their pain, not knowing that our reality will one day be hers, unless we act now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Hughes, you are now recognized for your testimony.
Honorable Chairwoman Maloney, Ranking Member Comer, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to be here today to address the violence in our country. My name is Lucretia Hughes Klukin. I have 4 children and 9 grandchildren. On the night of April the 2nd, 2016, my family got a phone call that would change our lives forever. My ex-husband answered the phone and let out a blood-curdling scream, a scream of pain from the depths of his soul. He screamed, he cried, he's gone, he is gone. Our 19-year-old son, Emmanuel, went to a party early that night. After we got the call, we was frantic. We called his phone, no one answered. We called even the police. I went to Facebook and I had to ask, is my son dead? I found out that he was shot point blank in the head and killed while playing dominoes. No one spoke up for weeks, and the killer was on the run. No one was going to snitch, but that is the street life. Words can't describe how hard it is to bury a child. I ache for anyone and all who have done the same. My son's death was a result of a criminal with an evil heart and a justice system failing to hold him accountable for the laws he had already broken. You see, a convicted felon killed my son with an illegally obtained gun. Our gun control lobbyists and politicians claim that their policies will save lives and reduce violence. Well, those policies did not save my son. The laws being discussed are already implemented in cities across this country. We have decades of evidence proving they do not work. St. Louis, New York, Chicago, Washington, Atlanta are gun control utopias, and they are plagued with the most violence. 10 more laws, 20 more laws, 1,000 more won't make what has already illegal more wrong or stop criminals from committing these crimes. And y'all are delusional if you think it's going to keep us safe. I am a walking testimony of how the criminal justice system and the gun control laws, which is steeped in racism, by the way, have failed the Black community. By the age of 25, I had already went to 18 young Black men funerals at the age of 25. I have one Black man in jail, one Black man in the grave, and my young grandson gonna be raised without a father. And it's a curse on the Black community and everyone else's. Something has to change. Thoughts and prayers and calls for more gun control isn't enough. How about letting me defend myself from evil? You don't think that I'm capable and trustworthy to handle a firearm? You don't think that the Second Amendment doesn't apply to people that look like me? Who and you who would call for more gun controls are the same ones that are calling to defund the police. Who is supposed to protect us? We must prepare to be our own first responders to protect ourselves and our loved ones. I am a legal, law-abiding citizen, and I don't need the government to save me. I teach people how to use a firearm. I empower others to look at me to understand the Second Amendment is their right. I am a proud member of the DC Project, Women for Gun Rights. We believe that education is the key to safety, not ineffective legislation. We support meaningful solutions that will actually save lives. We support the Safe Student Act, H.R. 7415, which would immediately make schools safer. In hindsight, at Parkland, we saw failure of the government at every level failing the students. Students saw something and they said something, and the school did not act. Police were called to his residence over 30 times, and they did not act. And finally, the police did not go into their school that fateful day and failed to protect those kids. We need to secure our schools, and we gotta secure this building, or like y'all do. What's the difference? We call on Congress to ban gun-free zones, fund nonpartisan firearm education programs like Kids Safe Foundation and non-governmental mental health organizations like Hold My Guns. And in closing, I claim that nothing in these bills do anything to make us safer or address the mental health crisis in this country. Despite living with the heartache of losing my son on a daily basis, I believe it is our God-given right to defend ourselves from any act of violence. Making it more difficult or even more expensive for me and people that look like me and other law-abiding citizens will not make us safer. It will embolden the criminals. Gun owners are not the enemies, and these gun control policies are not the solution. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your powerful and meaningful and gut-wrenching testimony. We will now pause. You are excused, and we will pause while we seat the next panel for their testimony.
Well, the House Committee hearing testimony on gun violence. Witnesses, including survivors and family members of victims from the mass shootings in Uvalde and indeed in Buffalo, described there by the chairwoman of that committee as gut-wrenching testimony. CNN congressional reporter Daniela Diaz is also monitoring these hearings, and she joins me now live. Extremely difficult to listen to. You don't have to be a mother or a father to have found much of what was said, particularly from those involved in the Uvalde shootings, as absolutely awful. And what did you take from what we are hearing today?
Becky, it was so difficult to listen to these parents, and even Mia Cerrillo, one of the survivors of the Uvalde shooting, plead with lawmakers that they do something on gun control in this country. You know, we heard from Zenita Everhart, whose son Zaire was shot. He survived the Buffalo shooting, a racially motivated shooting in Buffalo, New York, and she pleaded with lawmakers. She said, you have been chosen and are trusted to protect us. But let me say to you here today, I do not feel protected. That was what she told lawmakers during her really emotional testimony. You heard from Mia Cerrillo, who said she does not feel safe at school. Her father was crying as he spoke to lawmakers, saying the same thing, that they need to do something on gun control. We also heard from Kimberly Rubio, whose daughter died in the Uvalde shooting, and she said Lexi, her daughter, would have made a positive change in this world. She wanted to attend college, she wanted to major in math and go on to attend law school, but she said, quote, that opportunity was taken from her, she was taken from us. This is these lawmakers in the United States, Congress, listening directly to what these parents, what these survivors are saying about gun control legislation. These two shootings that just happened in the past couple of weeks, incredibly fresh here, Becky, and it's so emotional to hear. I mean, I was affected just listening to listening to their testimony. It made me incredibly emotional, made all of us emotional, Becky, to hear their firsthand account of what they went through with their children, with themselves, and how they are trying to continue to live their lives, but they cannot keep living unless they see some sort of change on gun safety reform. Becky.
You couldn't but feel emotional and then also very angry about the whole thing. Thank you very much indeed. We also heard from the Uvalde pediatrician who was on duty that day and unfortunately receiving bodies that he described as having been pulverized, children's bodies that were pulverized by the gunman. And he said, I do my job. To the congressmen and women, he said, you do yours. Let's turn to Ukraine now. Hopes for a solution, but major obstacles ahead. The main takeaways from a meeting in Ankara today between the Turkish and Russian foreign ministers aimed at ending a blockade of Ukrainian grain exports. The blockade sparking warnings of a global food crisis, of course. Turkey using its regional clout and good relations with both Russia and Ukraine to try and mediate a deal. Its foreign minister voicing optimism about a UN plan to end this blockade. Have a listen.
Daha geniş bir planda yarattığı sorunları da ele aldık.
Of course, beyond trade security and the security in the Black Sea, the war causes much more negative consequences, and the biggest one, of course, is the challenges for the materials and goods to be exported from Ukraine and Russia. Here, there are multiple ideas in place. And finally, we know that the UN has a plan, which includes the supervision of vessels. So between Ukraine, the Russian Federation, and Turkey, we can establish a mechanism and establish a collaboration.
Russia's foreign minister denying his country is to blame for this blockade. Sergei Lavrov insisting Ukraine must demine its ports before shipments can resume. Jemana Karadze, back with us this hour from Ankara. Clearly an awful lot to iron out here. Were there to be the prospect of a deal, at this point, how realistic is it that Turkey can broker something? After all, they say what the UN is suggesting, at least in principle, is a decent idea.
Well, Becky, I hope you can hear me. A bit of a thunderstorm and rush hour traffic here. If any country really is going to be able to try and broker a deal at this point, it would seem like it is Turkey. We've heard from officials that they're working with the United Nations on this possible plan to establish the safe corridor, as you mentioned there. You know, Turkey has tried to maintain this neutral position throughout this conflict that has allowed it to try and emerge as a key mediator, a facilitator between both countries as it maintains good ties with both. But I think, Becky, you know, if you look at what happened today, these were just talks to agree on more talks. It doesn't seem at this point that both Russia and Ukraine are fully on board. They've come out in public statements and said that they want to see the resumption of exports of Ukrainian grains and other agricultural products happen, but it's about getting them fully on board, with both countries having their demands, having their concerns. As you mentioned there, the Russians today, Sergei Lavrov again blaming the Ukrainians, saying that if they want these exports to resume, they need to remove the mines from the Black Sea waters, from around the ports. The Ukrainians are very concerned about that. They say that this is a real security concern, that Russia would try to use that to carry out attacks on its southern coast and on the ports. So they want security guarantees. And then what is it that Russia wants in exchange for any deal? And indications are right now, Becky, that they want some sort of sanctions relief, something that is going to be very unlikely to see Western countries and powers that have just imposed sanctions on Russia providing them with any sort of sanctions relief. But the Turkish officials sound very optimistic that they're going to try and push ahead. They say it is very important to try and get both Ukrainian and Russian exports out to the world, in the words of the Turkish foreign minister, to try and, quote, combat what he says is a true global crisis.
This, of course, a byproduct of the war in Ukraine. And on the ground there, thank you, Jemana, in eastern Ukraine, troops battling to hold on to portions of Severodonetsk may pull back to more fortified positions. That news coming from the Ukrainian military leader of the Luhansk region. He insists that the troops will keep fighting and will not surrender the city to Russia. We are seeing new satellite photos today that show the destruction from weeks of relentless attacks as Russia tries to win total control of the Donbass. A pro-Russia leader claiming 97% of that Luhansk region has been, quote, liberated from Ukraine. Ben Wiedemann connecting us today from Slovyansk in eastern Ukraine. Ben, what are you seeing on the ground?
Well, what we're seeing is, I think that these Russian officials are saying that perhaps 97% of Luhansk has been liberated or occupied by Russian forces. That may not be inaccurate. Very little of Severodonetsk is still under Ukrainian control. They're talking about pulling back to stronger positions. But as we've seen from those satellite images, it doesn't look like there are many positions left in that city, although we also understand there are still thousands of civilians hiding out there. Now, we're in Slovyansk. The worry is that once the Battle of Severodonetsk comes to an end, the focus will be here, this city, Slovyansk, which is just north of Kramatorsk. Now, there aren't a lot of people left in this city. As you can see, it's like 5 p.m. No, it's 6 p.m. here, and most people are home because the worry is that the shelling begins in the late afternoon and early evening and can go through the night. Some people are staying, but many are also heeding the call of officials and leaving the city.
What is the order of this event?
At 3 years old, Ivan doesn't know war rages around him. He doesn't really understand it yet, says his father Igor. For him, it's just boom, boom. We try to explain it's only a loud car passing by. Ivan's mother, Ksenia, shows where they live. Neighbors who left the city of Slovyansk let them move into their ground floor apartment because it's safer. The hallway is full of bottled water. The bathtub is full. There's been no running water here for weeks. As the air raid siren blares, those who remain behind wait for food supplies at a distribution center. We're staying, says Zeneda. My neighbor has a well. I have dogs and 2 cats. My husband has diabetes. 64-year-old Nikolai shrugs off the danger of staying put. Where can I go if they bomb everywhere, he asks me. You can't escape your fate. Galina fled her village nearby on the front lines. It was very hard there, she says. There was a lot of shelling. Half the village disappeared. Her son-in-law and her daughter are taking her away. Every day people gather for buses out of Slovyansk. The war, now into its 4th month, has seen millions flee their homes. With no end in sight, a sense of resignation and exhaustion has set in. Some who leave may never return. Katya's mother and father have come to say goodbye.
Actually, I didn't plan to leave, but I decided to leave because the situation is getting more and more dangerous.
Her parents will stay behind, even as a part of them leaves. And of course, what we're seeing down the street, it's not in your vision. There's a truck there handing out water to the few people who are willing to come out and get it. Becky?
Ben, from those that you speak to, what's the sense of how this might end, if at all, anytime soon?
The atmosphere is much different than it was, say, a month or a month and a half ago, when there was real confidence that the Ukrainians had been able to push the Russians out of the area around Kyiv, that they were making progress. But now they're sort of coming face to face with reality that the Russians have changed their tactics. They are using their artillery to maximum effect and really pounding the Ukrainian army. And the sort of the confidence seems to have evaporated, at least in this area. And there is a sense that perhaps, not that the tide is turning, but the going is getting tougher. Living conditions are getting tougher. As I said in that report, there's no running water here. Often there's no electricity. There's no gas. Even those who want to stay behind, they have very little in the way of livelihoods. There's barely any jobs. Most of the shops are closed, and it doesn't appear that things are getting better. It appears, at least in this part of the country, that things are only going to get worse. Becky?
Ben Wiedemann is on the ground for you. Ben, thank you. Well, you can follow the very latest developments on this war on the website, CNN.com, for updates on the latest financial restrictions on the US, in the US, slapped on Russian stocks and bonds, amongst other things, and the Ukrainian and German leaders vowing to do everything they can to get grain exports moving again. Many-layered, multi-layered story, and much of that at CNN.com. Was it a deliberate attack, or was it an accident? That is what German police want to know as they investigate a deadly incident in Berlin. A car ploughed into a crowd of people in a busy shopping area in the capital earlier. Police say one person was killed and several injured, including some high school students. The driver is currently being examined at a hospital. CNN International correspondent Fred Pleitgen, normally based in Germany, is following the developments from Moscow for you today. And Ben, authorities are asking witnesses to upload any videos they get, any information they have. We are, though, about the incident itself, we are, though, learning more about the driver at this point, correct?
Yeah, we certainly are, Becky. And the authorities are saying that that driver is actually currently right now in hospital and getting treatment. Apparently, he was also at least slightly injured when that car plowed first of all into a crowd of people and then plowed into a storefront that we're seeing there on our video that we are seeing from Berlin. The driver, as the police says, is a 29-year-old German-Armenian man, and you can see already on the pictures there on your screen that that car that plowed into, at the end, plowed into that storefront has a B registered license plate, which is the registration for Berlin, and the authorities are indeed saying that the driver is someone who is resident and registered in Berlin. But as you correctly said, Becky, the authorities at this point in time have said that there is nothing of the sort of any sort of thing that would indicate that this could be something that was done deliberately. They are saying they don't know if it was done deliberately, whether it was some sort of accident. Of course, right now, the investigation that they are conducting is still very much in the early stages, Becky.
At this point, let's be quite clear, we do not know whether this was a deliberate attack or possibly a medical issue, correct? For example.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's absolutely unclear. But what we do know, Becky, and I think this is something that is also very important, is that this incident was one that was quite protracted and that took place not over a long period of time, but certainly it appears after over somewhat of a distance at least. From what the police is saying is that this car apparently plowed into a group of people on this very busy shopping street. I go past that street almost every morning going to work, and it is a very busy area, one of the most popular in Berlin, both among tourists and among local Berlin residents as well. And at that point in time, around 10:30 in the morning, that's when the shops open there, and that's when a lot of shoppers go out to that area. So apparently the car first went onto the pavement, plowed through a group of people there, then went back onto the road, moved further down the road, and then plowed onto the sidewalk or rode onto the sidewalk again, and then hit that storefront where it then came to a stop. Now, what we are hearing is that luckily inside that store no one was injured, but the most recent information that we just recently got from the police in Berlin is they say that the woman who was killed was a school teacher, and of course we also know that several school students were also among those who, at least some of them, severely injured in that incident as well, Becky.
Fred Plykin on the story for you. Thank you, Fred. Well, a slew of no-shows by top leaders at the Summit of the Americas. Will it be an embarrassing black eye for its host, President Biden? Well, we will do a little more on that just ahead. And later, Iran makes a move that's expected to spark tension with the world's nuclear watchdog. The crisis group's Iran project director will join me live from Washington. That is after this. Well, let's get you up to speed on some of the other stories that are on our radar right now. And a passenger train has derailed near the city of Tabriz in eastern Iran. The Iranian Red Crescent says at least 17 people were killed and 50 more were injured. The train, carrying 348 passengers, collided with an excavator on the rail, according to state media. Well, a new migrant caravan is on its way to the United States from Mexico as leaders meet at the Summit of the Americas in California. More than 2,000 people are marching, mostly Venezuelans, but also migrants from Cuba, Nicaragua, El Salvador and Honduras. It could take several weeks to reach the US border. Well, the families of a missing journalist and a local expert are urging more action from the Brazilian government. The Amazon Military Command says it has sent out a search team to try and find British writer Dom Phillips and Indigenous Affairs expert Bruno Pereira. Both were last seen on Sunday deep in the Amazon rainforest. Let's get you back to Ukraine now. And while Russia devotes a tremendous amount of firepower and resources to capturing the Luhansk region of the Donbass, Ukraine is pushing back Russian advances in the south. Matthew Chance reports from the southern front.
This is where the Ukrainian military tells us they're seizing back their lands. But on the battered southern front with Russia, the stalemate of trench warfare seems to be setting in. And commanders privately admit advances by either side here are small. The Russians seem to be running out of ammunition, and they're not as strong as they were, the platoon commander of this forward trench told me. But we need more weapons too, he adds, if we're to push ahead.
I'm speaking to Anton here, and he's saying it is очень громко, it is very loud at night. Громко вечером, да?
Вечером очень, да.
Но утром?
Бывает, но реже, очень реже.
Right, so in the morning he's saying it's not so noisy, it's a bit quieter. So it's interesting because this is the place where the Ukrainian government say there's a big counter-offensive that's been underway for some time and they're taking back territory, but we've not seen a great deal of evidence of that on the ground. It seems that, you know, both sides dug in here heavily, have fought themselves to a standstill. Neither side strong enough to win this war, but not weak enough to lose it either.
Oh, that's outgoing, is it? You sure? You can hear the outgoing artillery shells streaming across our position here. Our Ukrainian military escorts take us to what they say is a recently liberated zone, where at least 30 Russians holed up inside this kindergarten were killed. As Moscow focuses its forces on Donbass in the east, Ukrainian officials say conquered areas in the south, like this, are being left exposed. All right, well, they've brought to this very forward location where, as you can hear, there are still artillery exchanges taking place. And this is the remnants of a battle from a couple of weeks ago, they say, where this Russian position was taken by Ukrainian forces at great cost, both to the Ukrainians and obviously to the Russians as well. All of this debris on the ground is, we're told, Russian equipment, and obviously this is the remnants of a Russian armoured vehicle of some kind, which has been, like so many we've seen, totally destroyed in this bitter conflict. The Russians thought that they were going to win easily, didn't they?
Yes.
But that's not what's happening.
Of course, Russian thought a few days finished war in Ukraine. In a few days.
We can hear it's still going on now.
It's shell, and we can hear flight of shell.
Yeah, months later.
Russian government planned have victory in a few days. I think we must be ready to a long war.
A long artillery war, with heavy weapons like this Ukrainian battle tank positioned in tree lines towards an unseen enemy. These firing points quickly become vulnerable, and the troops here need to be mobile. Okay, well, we've been brought
to this frontline position where they're going to fire on Russian forces a short distance away. It's a secret location. We can only stay for 1 round, we're told. After that, there's going to be return fire and we've got to get out of here. But this is what we've been brought to see. Goodness me. Okay, guys, what now? Another one. I thought we had to go after one.
Once more again.
One more again.
Seconds later, another bone-shaking round hurtles towards Russian positions. Okay, we've got to go now. Come on. And we quickly leave Ukraine's grinding front lines behind. Matthew Chance, CNN in southern Ukraine.
The reality of war in southern Ukraine. Well, the war there naturally dominating US President Joe Biden's foreign policy agenda at present. He's also got some other priorities, of course. Right now, he is on his way to California to host the Summit of the Americas. But there are questions about whether he can prevent that from becoming an embarrassing black eye, as it were, for his administration. There are some big no-shows here. Mexican president boycotting the gathering because Cuba, Venezuela and Nicaragua were not invited. Also not there, the leaders of Honduras, Guatemala and El Salvador. Country's US Vice President Kamala Harris has been working with to try to stem the flow of migrants to the US, even as another caravan from those specific countries, or at least with people from those specific countries, is on its way to the States. And it's not just a migration issue here. The US is fast losing ground to China on trade with Latin American nations, even though President Biden promised to refocus attention on the region. You can see the gap here in these numbers from Reuters. Well, my next guest points to China's growing influence and warned even before the summit got underway that it was in trouble. Peter Michael McKinley joins me now. He served as US ambassador to Peru, Colombia, Brazil, and then Afghanistan, and also was a senior advisor to the US Secretary of State. You say this ran into problems before, as it were, it began. We are certainly seeing that this is a hot mess in the making. What was it about what was going on before this summit that you were warning about?
Well, the serious issue, first, thank you for having me, but the serious issue in the weeks running up to the summit was a question of how many leaders of the region of the hemisphere would attend. And I did leave open the possibility that there would be some sort of resolution. And over the last couple of weeks, I think we're at a stage where we can say there is the absence of the Mexican president, and in particular, the presidents of the Northern Triangle of Central America, as you mentioned. But there are 23 other leaders, which is 6 more than attended the last Summit of the Americas in 2018. And it includes the diversity of political opinion inside the hemisphere, to include left of center governments like Peru, Chile, and Argentina, right of center governments like Brazil, centrist governments elsewhere. And so what was a threat of a boycott 2.5 weeks ago, we were estimating, or the estimates were, that over a dozen Caribbean nations would be no-shows at the summit, that the Argentines had not declared they were going. The Brazilians had indicated they would not be in attendance. So if the measure is where we were 2 weeks ago and where we are now, there is a very strong showing. And in particular, the foreign ministers of the Northern Triangle countries and the very powerful and influential foreign minister of Mexico is also in attendance. So I think at least the critical mass is in Los Angeles today.
I hear what you're saying, and there is an easy way to spin the fact that there are sort of lower level attendees who you could argue can get more done than the actual leaders themselves. But look, critics say that what has gone on here, and it has been a mess in the run-up to this summit, reinforces an impression that the region is not a priority for the Biden administration. I wonder whether you can assess for us how much truth there is in that.
Well, the issue, and I think many commentators have noted this, is the region has not been a priority for the United States for several administrations. And it was a particularly acute situation during the Trump administration, during the 4 years of the Trump administration, in which the region was absolutely an afterthought. And since then, of course, we've had the COVID pandemic. Certainly, there is a much greater need and urgency for engaging with the region for a host of reasons. And what I tried to suggest is that the United States needs to lend that attention to the region, but also needs to approach it differently, accept its political diversity, accept that the region's priorities, which are recovery from COVID pandemic, social inclusion, addressing polarization, are critical, and that it's a dialogue. It's not a question of the United States just setting the agenda and others following. The region has changed tremendously since the first Summit of the Americas in 1994, which the United States also hosted. So at least where we are now, with 23 heads of state present, and the promise of an agenda that will begin to focus on issues like investments in Central America,
Got it.
climate change, replenishment of the Inter-American Development Bank, a new economic partnership. Perhaps there's some hope for something more positive coming out of the end of the week.
I'm going to have to take a break at this point.
Still the full summit to go.
All right, we will follow up, check in and see exactly what comes out of this in the days to come. Thank you, sir. Still to come, Iran slams the global nuclear watchdog as ungrateful as Tehran makes a new move at a nuclear site. I'll be asking an Iran expert about that up next. Just after 4:30 in London, welcome back. I'm Becky Anderson. You're watching Connect the World. Iran is sending a message to Western powers and the UN's nuclear watchdog. State media reporting that Tehran has shut off 2 surveillance cameras used by the International Atomic Energy Agency at an Iranian nuclear site. The move could raise tensions with the IAEA. It comes after Western powers said that Tehran wasn't cooperating with the agency. My next guest says, and I quote, IAEA's continuity of knowledge is the first casualty of the confrontation over the censure resolution against Iran at the agency's Board of Governors. meeting. Ali Vaz, Iran Project Director at the International Crisis Group, joins us now live. You could argue it was the other way around. I mean, you know, who is to blame here? The agency or the Iranians at this point?
Thanks, Becky. Yes, you know, the agency is doing its work. The agency was created to basically do nuclear accountancy. They have to be able to take into account every single gram of uranium or plutonium in any country that is a member of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And although the traces of nuclear material that the IAEA has found in 3 undeclared locations in Iran probably date back to 20 years ago, it is still the basic mandate of the IAEA and the basic responsibility of Iran to try to shed light on where these material came from and where they have ended up. And Iran's failure to do so, despite the fact that it had a roadmap agreement with the IAEA negotiated back in March to resolve the issue until the June board meeting, is the reason that we are now seeing the West submitting a censure resolution against Iran to the board.
We've suggested this could raise tensions with the IAEA. It is likely raising tensions at this point. Western powers suggesting Tehran isn't cooperating with the agency at this point. Where does this leave the, once again, stalled JCPOA nuclear talks?
So one of these 2 scenarios I think could happen. One is that this is the beginning of a cycle of escalation that would result in another race of sanctions against centrifuges, that the Iranians will continue to ratchet up their nuclear program and ratchet down IAEA's access. And the West will start imposing more and more sanctions and eventually maybe snapping back the UN sanctions, which will be the end of the JCPOA. So that's one scenario. The other scenario is that the escalation is happening this week over the Board of Governors resolution will actually remind both sides that there is a deal that has been negotiated, a 27-page detail agreement that is ready to go in Vienna. And they would be much better off to show a little bit of flexibility on both sides, Iran and the US, to resolve the remaining obstacles and restore the deal. We'll see which one of these scenarios will happen in the coming weeks.
And the latter, of course, you make a very good point, because ultimately this is now an issue between the US and Iran. It doesn't matter that this is supposed to be P5+1. We know from the sources you're speaking to, the sources I'm speaking to, that effectively that deal is all but done. I mean, the framework is there, the detail has been filled in. This is now, isn't it, an issue of between the US and Tehran, Washington and Tehran. There are outstanding issues which are outside of the body of the JCPOA deal. Let's just explain to our viewers what we believe those are and where the 2 sides are in sort of working those out.
Right. So what turned out to be an insurmountable obstacle in the negotiations back in March was the U.S. designation of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps as a foreign terrorist organization. And although there were efforts to try to find a formula to overcome this obstacle, it is now clear that the U.S. is going to keep the designation. And so Iranians are exploring options for an alternative sanctions relief instead of the IRGC's FTO designation. But I think the protests in Iran in the past few weeks have actually diminished the government's appetite to show flexibility now, out of fear that that might be interpreted by the Biden administration as a sign of weakness. And Iranians, of course, have an aversion to demonstrating weakness. But the problem is that the more time goes by, the more we see tensions like what we're now seeing at the IAEA, or covert operations by Israel on Iranian soil, which could result in dangerous Iranian retaliation that could also result in escalation of tensions that could spiral out of control. And so every day that goes by, the restoration of the JCPOA will become more difficult. And that's why I still think both sides have a choice to make to return to the negotiating table and finalize this agreement that is just completely ready. And you know, they would be both better off than this lose-lose dynamic that they're currently engaged in.
How high up a list of priorities does this deal, does the JCPOA sit now on what is a long list of to-dos for the US President Joe Biden?
It's not among the top 5 priorities for sure. But the reality is that it could quickly become one because Iran is now closer than ever to the verge of nuclear weapons. And amid the crisis in Ukraine and a potential new nuclear weapon test by North Korea, I think the last thing that the US wants is a nuclear crisis in the Middle East as well. So that's why I'm saying it really requires flexibility on both sides to avoid options that would be costly for both of them.
Ali Vaz, always plugged in. Always good to talk to you, sir. Stay across it, and we will get back to you in the days to come. As we've been suggesting, it does sound as if there is a text. At this point, there is a lack of flexibility. Coming up, a fragile-looking Sepp Blatter brings courtroom proceedings to a grinding halt. What happened on day one of the former FIFA president's corruption trial? That is coming up after this. Well, the corruption trial of 2 legendary football figures kicked off today in a Swiss courtroom, but it was brought to a screeching halt. World Sport anchor Amanda Davis joining me now. We're talking about Sepp Blatter here. What happened?
Well, I mean, perhaps we shouldn't be surprised because every time we've talked about Sepp Blatter and Michel Platini over the last 7 years, it has always involved drama, hasn't it? And a lot of people have been waiting a very long time for this moment, which is essentially the 2 most high-profile, important men in football from 2015 in court facing criminal charges for fraud, for defrauding FIFA, World Football's governing body, of $2 million, as it was at the time that FIFA paid Michel Platini for his role in an advisory capacity. Sepp Blatter, 86 years of age, the former president of FIFA, walked into court smiling, saying he was confident. He was expected to take the stand, but then very quickly said he was too ill. He was suffering heart pains, but has said he will be there to resume on Tuesday.
The drama. World Sport's coming up. More on that during that show. That's it from us for today. We will see you same time, same place tomorrow.
Hi, thanks for joining us. Welcome along to World Sport Live from London with me, Amanda Davis. Six-time major winner Phil Mickelson is back on the golf course for the first time in 4 months and has fronted up to the media for the first time in that period. He's defended the new Saudi-backed Live Golf event he's taking part in, but refused to say whether or not his recent absence from the game has been as a result of a ban from the PGA Tour. The 51-year-old's been speaking here in London, set to take part in the inaugural Live Golf event, which kicks off on Thursday. He's not been seen in action since he faced widespread criticism for his comments about the Saudis. That led to huge speculation about his future.
I've really enjoyed my time on the PGA Tour. I've had some incredible experiences, some great memories, and I have a lot of strong opinions on things that should and could be a lot better. One of the mistakes I've made is voicing those publicly. So I will really make an effort to keep those conversations behind closed doors going forward. I think that's the way to be the most efficient and get the most out of it. I've said and done a lot of things that I regret, and I'm sorry for that and for the hurt that it's caused a lot of people. I don't condone human rights violations at all. I don't think nobody here does, throughout the world, and I'm certainly aware of what has happened with Jamal Khashoggi, and I think it's terrible. I've also seen the good that the game of golf has done throughout history, and I believe that Live Golf is going to do a lot of good for the game as well.
Well, let's cross live to the Centurion Club and join my World Sport colleague Alex Thomas. He was there inside that press conference a little bit earlier in the day. Alex, it was certainly uncomfortable to watch. I'm fascinated to hear what it was like from your perspective and what you made of it.
Yeah, I got a bit cringy at times as well. It was difficult to watch, as you said, Amanda. This is someone who'd been golf's golden boy for the best part of 3 decades, even during the Tiger Woods era. And although Golf Insiders knew what the real Phil was like, the curtain was only lifted when we heard about his comments about working with the Saudis that he made to writer Alan Shipnuck, calling them scary to work with, amongst many other things. And it led to, as you say, a lot of criticism, him apologising, but then having to step away from golf. Such was the amount of uproar. So then when asked on his reappearance what he'd been doing for the last 4 months, this is what he had to say.
I've had an awesome time. I've had a 4-month break from the game that I have not had in over 3 decades. I've had an opportunity to spend time with my wife, Amy, a bunch, and travel parts of the world and spend time at a place we have in Montana skiing and hike in Sedona. What a beautiful place that is. It's given me a time to continue some of the work and therapy that I've been working on some areas that I'm deficient in my life. It's given me time to reflect on what I want to do going forward, what's best for me, what's best for the people I care about.
He went on to say that for the first time in his life, he was able to watch his nephews play Little League and also watch his niece play lacrosse, Amanda. One interesting thing is, given the chance to say it was his choice to step away for 4 months, he didn't take that request, and he wouldn't confirm whether or not he had actually been banned from the PGA Tour, who don't announce their sanctions publicly.
But Alex, I mean, the question is, why is he coming back now? There certainly could have been more low-key moments to re-emerge onto the course.
No, there could have been, and he was the defending US PGA champion, becoming the oldest major winner in history when he took the title age 50 back in 2021. He said, contrary to some reports, he would have been allowed to defend his title at the US PGA, but he decided that he didn't want to. He hadn't been practicing, he wasn't ready physically or mentally. He's now gone on to praise Live Golf and talk about the excitement he has and how, despite the Saudi connection, this could be good for the game going forward. But interestingly, Amanda, we're talking as more reports are emerging of other star players thinking of jumping ship from the PGA Tour to LIV Golf, including Bryson DeChambeau, who was the man in the world game back in 2019 before injuries took their toll. And his agent has said to us, Bryson has always been an innovator. Having the opportunity to get in on the ground floor of something unique has always been intriguing to him. Professional golf, as we know it, is changing, and it's happening quickly. Not confirmation, but he might as well have confirmed that Bryson DeChambeau will be joining LIV Golf, not for this week, but certainly some stage later this year.
Interesting stuff for now. Alex, thanks very much indeed. As the names more and more high profile get announced, it certainly doesn't show any sign of dampening the criticism of this event, the action getting underway on Thursday. Now, it has been over 100 days since Brittany Griner was arrested in Russia. The stars of the NBA are making sure her voice is heard. Welcome back. It is all to play for later on Wednesday in Game 3 of the NBA Finals, with a series between the Golden State Warriors and Boston Celtics tied at 1 apiece. But as well as focusing on getting their hands on that trophy, the players have been using their moment with the eyes of the world watching to really ramp up the pressure to free WNBA star Brittany Griner. She has now spent more than 100 days in a Russian prison. Here's Brian Todd with more.
You have to tell them that you want them brought home at any cost. You don't care what that cost is.
Trevor Reed, the former Marine held in Russia until a recent swap, dialing up the pressure on the Biden administration to work for the release of 2 other detained Americans, Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan. Joining Reed in ramping up the pressure, high-profile figures in the NBA and WNBA, showing solidarity with Griner by wearing We Are BG shirts for warm-ups.
We with BG, man.
And talking about her case at press conferences.
We were all, together in support, trying to, bring her back, to her family and things like that.
Stars like LeBron James joining the push for Griner's release, with James tweeting, "Our voice as athletes is stronger together." Fans holding signs at games with phrases like "Free Britney." The pressure campaign now includes Griner's wife, Sherelle. She had stayed relatively quiet, but recently told ABC she wants to speak to President Biden.
I just keep hearing that he has the power. She's a political pawn. So if they're holding her because they want you to do something, then I want you to do it.
Griner has been jailed in Russia since mid-February. Russian authorities said they found cannabis oil in her luggage when she arrived at a Moscow airport. Analysts say her advocates have more of a green light to speak out now, ever since the U.S. government classified her as wrongfully detained.
I think there is a shift to let's speak about this.
Meanwhile, a new window from Trevor Reed into the conditions Griner and Whelan could be facing inside Russian prisons.
It's really medieval. The food there is medieval as well. You're given fish. Sometimes the fish is rotten. The cabbage is always rotten. I lost about 45 pounds in captivity there from malnutrition.
Griner's agent tells CNN Griner has been able to receive letters from family and friends while in detention.
Are the Russians reading them?
Absolutely. There's nothing private. There's nothing private in a Russian prison. Anything that's coming to her will have been read presumably by numerous people.
Reed and others also worry that widespread homophobia in Russia could be working against Griner.
She's openly gay in a country that is tortures and kills members of the LGBTQ community. It's a terrible situation. Conditions are not good, and there's abuse both for women and men. This is the last place on earth you want to be.
Analysts say one development that could give Brittany Griner and her family more hope is that her case is now being handled by the U.S. Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs. That office could have more flexibility in negotiating Griner's release because it doesn't necessarily have to wait for Russian legal proceedings to play out. The State Department says the Griner and Paul Whelan cases remain top priorities for the U.S. government. Brian Todd, CNN, Washington.
That's it from myself and the team for now. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned. One World is up next. Goodbye.
Hello everyone, I'm Zain Asher in New York, and this is One World. We are waiting to hear from the US Attorney General on the review of the law enforcement response to last month's massacre at a Uvalde, Texas elementary school. But first, gut-wrenching testimonies in the US Capitol Hill. Lawmakers have been hearing directly from Americans whose lives have been shattered by mass shootings. Among them, families of victims in both Uvalde, Texas and Buffalo, New York, as well as an 11-year-old girl who survived the Texas school massacre by smearing herself with the blood of a friend and pretending to be dead. Here's what she told the House in a recorded video.
He shot my friend that was next to me, and I thought he was going to come back to the room, so I grabbed the blood and put it all over me.
Do you feel safe at school? Why not?
Because I don't want it to happen again.
And you think it's going to happen again?
Lawmakers have been holding the hearings as they consider new laws to curb gun violence in America. The House of Representatives is set to debate 2 pieces of legislation this week, and the Senate, a bipartisan group, is trying to come up with a package that would address gun violence. They're considering narrow changes to laws. It's not yet clear when or if an agreement will be reached. CNN's Daniela Diaz joins us live now from the US Capitol. So, Daniela, before we begin, I want to play our audience some really chilling, gut-wrenching, painful testimony from the mother of Lexi Rubio, describing what she saw and what exactly happened on that fateful day just 2 weeks ago at the Uvalde, Texas school shooting. Let's play it.
Lexi received the Good Citizen Award and was also recognized for receiving all A's. At the conclusion of the ceremony, we took photos with her before asking her to pose for a picture with her teacher, Mr. Reyes. That photo, her last photo ever, was taken at approximately 10:54 a.m. To celebrate, we promised to get her ice cream that evening. I told her we loved her and we would pick her up after school. I can still see her walking with us toward the exit. In the reel that keeps scrolling across my memories, she turns her head and smiles back at us to acknowledge my promise. And then we left. I left my daughter at that school, and that decision will haunt me for the rest of my life.
Kimberly Rubio there describing the last moments that she spent with her daughter Lexi before she was gunned down at an elementary school shooting just 2 weeks ago. It's impossible, Daniela, to hear those sorts of testimonies and not be moved. I was certainly moved to tears as I was listening to Kimberly. I'm sure you were too. Just explain to us what changes now.
Zain, I want to point out that Lexi Rubio's mother, Kimberly Rubio, while she was making this really strong plea to lawmakers on gun safety reform in the United States, she called for a ban on assault rifles and high-capacity magazines. That is what she wants Congress to do. But I want to note that this is not part of those bipartisan negotiations that we're seeing taking place in the Senate that started taking place 2 weeks after immediately in the wake of the Uvalde shooting that have been taking place in the last 2 weeks. Something that they're discussing, they're looking at juvenile records to be accessed during background checks. They're looking at raising the age potentially from 18 to 21 for purchasing those AR-15s, that weapon that was used in the Uvalde shooting. Other things they're looking at is hardening school security, providing more funding for mental health, but not banning assault rifles, which is what the parents of Lexi Rubio wanted when they were making this plea to mainly Republican lawmakers who have not budged on this issue of gun safety reform in the United States. Democrats are hoping that they can get at least 10 Republican senators, Zain, to get 60 votes in the Senate to be able to pass any sort of legislation on gun safety reform. A lot of Democratic leaders are saying at least something incremental will be okay. They just want something done on gun safety reform. And so hearing these witnesses, including Mia Cerrillo, who of course gave her own testimony in a video of her surviving the Uvalde shooting. She actually, as you said, smeared blood from her friend and played dead during the Uvalde shooting at that elementary school to be able to survive it. And she says she's not safe at school. These were really, really emotional words that we heard from her, from parents of shooting victims, and they're really hoping that they can reach lawmakers here and that there could be some sort of change on gun safety reform, Zane.
Yeah, I mean, the testimony from 11-year-old Mia that was just, again, so difficult to listen to, something that no 11-year-old should have to go through, should have to explain or experience. How much pressure are Republicans under right now? I mean, a lot of people are saying that it sort of feels different this time. The level of pressure they're under this time feels different compared to other mass shootings in the past. What are your thoughts on that?
Zane, I've spoken to so many Democratic lawmakers who all say that this feels different than what happened in the wake of Sandy Hook, that shooting that happened years ago. They say that this is a time that they feel they need to take advantage of this momentum that they're sensing with Republicans. In fact, it's quite notable that there are even Republicans negotiating with Democrats on the issue of gun safety reform, something that has not happened in the past in the wake of terrible mass shootings in this country. There's a handful of Republicans that are at the table, the negotiating table with Democrats, including John Cornyn, who is a senator from Texas where this shooting took place. Even Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell privately saying in meetings that he is open to some sort of gun safety legislation. He actually gave his blessing to Cornyn to negotiate. So it does feel different, and they are feeling that pressure, and they're really, really hoping. Democratic leaders are saying they can hopefully get at least 10 Republicans on a deal by this week. They're trying to really capitalize on that momentum that they're feeling.
All right, Daniela Diaz, live for us there. Thank you so much. Actor Matthew McConaughey gave an impassioned speech on U.S. gun violence on Tuesday. The Uvalde, Texas native spoke from the White House press room podium, at times very emotional, other times visibly angry. He and his wife, Camilla, recently visited with the families of the Uvalde mass shooting, and he painted a poignant picture of the lives that were cut short in that school massacre.
Now, Alethea, her dream was to go to art school in Paris and one day share her art with the world. Ryan and Jessica were eager to share Alethea's art with us and said if we could share it, that somehow, maybe that would make Alethea smile in heaven. Maite wore green high-top Converse with a heart she had hand-drawn on the right toe because they represented her love of nature. Camilla's got these shoes. Can you show these shoes, please? Wore these every day. Green Converse with a heart on the right toe. These are the same green Converse on her feet that turned out to be the only clear evidence that could identify her after the shooting. How about that? Enough with the counterpunching. Enough of the invalidation of the other side. Let's come to the common table.
I want to take you to Washington now, where U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland is speaking about Uvalde mass shooting. Let's listen in.
And the country. But the independence and transparency and expertise of the Justice Department can go a long way toward assessing what happened in Uvalde with respect to the law enforcement response and to giving guidance for the future. And that's what we're here for today. The Justice Department is undertaking a critical incident review of the law enforcement response that day at the request of the Uvalde mayor. The review will be comprehensive, it will be transparent, and it will be independent. We will be assessing what happened that day. We will be doing site visits at the school. We will be conducting interviews of an extremely wide variety of stakeholders, witnesses, families, law enforcement, government officials, school officials, and we will be reviewing the resources that were made available after in the aftermath. The review will culminate in a final report, which will include our findings and recommendations, and it will be made public. The department's COPS office is leading the review. Our director, Rob Chapman, and our senior counselor, Shanetta Cutler, will be leading the team. And now I will be happy to introduce to you the team who will be doing the investigation. Chief Rick Brazil, who served as chief of the Sacramento Police Department and lead investigator on a number of critical incident reviews. Deputy Chief Gene Dysinger, who served as Deputy Chief of Police and Director of Threat Management for Virginia Tech, where he was recruited following the mass shooting there in 2007. Deputy Chief Frank Fernandez is a former Chief of Police and Police Practices expert for the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division since 2008. Albert Guarnieri, who is on the screen, who is joining us remotely. He currently serves with the FBI as the Unit Chief of the Violence Reduction Unit in the Office of Partner Engagement. He oversees the FBI's program that has trained over 110,000 law enforcement officers in active shooter preparation and response. Major Mark Lomax served for over 27 years with the Pennsylvania State Police, led national efforts to strengthen law enforcement tactical response as a executive director for the National Tactical Officers Association, and as a manager for the IACP Center for Police Leadership and Training. Laura McElroy, who is also joining us remotely, is a communications strategist who has worked as a civilian police executive dedicated to bridging the gap between officers and the communities they serve. Sheriff John Mina led the Orlando Police Department through the mass shooting at the Pulse nightclub in 2016. Dr. April Naturel is a traumatic stress specialist who led one of the World Trade Center Health Program's outreach and education programs and was the architect of the behavioral health response to the Boston Marathon bombing. Finally, Chief Kristen Zeman led the Aurora Police Department through the mass shooting at a movie theater in 2012. As I said, nothing that these folks can do can undo the terrible tragedy that occurred and that we are just heartbroken about, but we can assess what happened and we can make recommendations for the future. I would also say that as we conduct this review, the Justice Department stands ready to participate, to support the bipartisan gun safety negotiations that are going on in Congress right now in any way that's possible. I think now we'll take a few questions. Yes.
If I may.
Of course.
Given the misstatements, how concerned are you about the lack of transparency so far down in Uvalde? And will this review have the tools it needs in case people decide that they do not want to cooperate?
So as I said, we've been invited by the mayor. We have been promised, assured, and welcomed with respect to cooperation by every level of law enforcement, state, federal, and local. And we'll participate in that vein. We don't expect any problems.
Mr. Attorney General, on the topic of gun violence, a man was arrested early this morning outside the home of Justice Brett Kavanaugh in Maryland with a gun and a knife, threatening to do harm to the justice. What is your reaction to this?
So this kind of behavior is obviously behavior that we will not tolerate. Threats of violence and actual violence against the justices, of course, strike at the heart of our democracy, and we will do everything we can to prevent them and to hold people who do them accountable. For that reason, last month, I accelerated the protection of all the justices' residences 24/7. Also last month, I met with the marshal of the court. I convened a meeting with her, as well as with the deputy director of the FBI, with the director of the Marshal's Service, and with our own prosecutors to ensure every degree of protection available as possible. Just yesterday, I met with Judge Salas and Judge Sullivan on the Judicial Security Committee of the Judicial Conference, and assured them of our complete support for their efforts with respect to judicial security. Mike?
General, when will this group be on the ground in Uvalde? And there's been some indication that at least some police officials, including the school police chief, have been somewhat uncooperative in the investigations that are already proceeding. What is the process for this team to gather information from people who may not cooperate in investigations? And is there any kind of compulsory process?
So the team is already working. And they will be on the ground as necessary, but they have already begun their work. And as I said, we expect voluntary cooperation from everybody at every level, and we have been promised that cooperation.
Is it possible that
All right, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland there announcing that the U.S. Justice Department is going to be conducting a full review, a full investigation into the police response, the response by law enforcement to the Uvalde school shooting. He mentioned that it was the Uvalde mayor that invited the Justice Department to intervene, to investigate. The part of the investigation is going to be involving a visit to Robb Elementary School, interviewing witnesses, interviewing people who are on the ground, talking to teachers as well. There's going to be a report issued at the end of the investigation. And the goal here is really to try to see what mistakes were made and what lessons can be learned from the way law enforcement did or did not rather intervene that could have saved lives. And he expects there to be full cooperation from law enforcement officials at every level. All right, we'll have much more on this news after the break. Ukraine is vowing it will not surrender the strategically vital eastern city of Severodonetsk to Russian forces, but a regional official says that Kyiv may pull back to more defensive positions, and he's warning the fierce fighting that has already leveled the area could get a lot worse as Moscow doubles down. Across the river, the governor says Lysychansk is also getting pummeled by artillery, with Russian troops purposefully aiming at humanitarian headquarters. The Kremlin also appears to be tightening its grip in southeastern Ukraine. According to Reuters, Russian news agencies report the occupied part of Zaporizhzhia region, home to Europe's largest nuclear power plant, is set to hold a referendum on joining Russia later on this year. Millions of Ukrainians have made the difficult decision to flee their homes and their country in search for safety. But there are the few who decide to stay as the war comes ever closer, like those in the city of Slovyansk who explained why to CNN's Ben Wiedemann.
What is the order of this event?
At 3 years old, Ivan doesn't know war rages around him. He doesn't really understand it yet, says his father Igor. For him, it's just boom, boom. We try to explain it's only a loud car passing by. Ivan's mother, Ksenia, shows where they live. Neighbors who left the city of Slovyansk let them move into their ground floor apartment because it's safer. The hallway's full of bottled water. The bathtub is full. There's been no running water here for weeks. As the air raid siren blares, those who remain behind wait for food supplies at a distribution center. We're staying, says Zeneda. My neighbor has a well. I have dogs and 2 cats. My husband has diabetes. 64-year-old Nikolai shrugs off the danger of staying put. Where can I go if they bomb everywhere, he asks me. You can't escape your fate. Galina fled her village nearby on the front lines. It was very hard there, she says. There was a lot of shelling. Half the village disappeared. Her son-in-law and her daughter are taking her away. Every day people gather for buses out of Slovyansk. The war, now into its 4th month, has seen millions flee their homes. With no end in sight, a sense of resignation and exhaustion has set in. Some who leave may never return. Katya's mother and father have come to say goodbye.
Actually, I didn't plan to leave, but I decided to leave because the situation is getting more and more dangerous.
Her parents will stay behind, even as a part of them leaves. Ben Wiedman, CNN, Slovyansk, Ukraine.
Now to a deadly incident in Berlin where a car plowed into a crowd of people in a busy shopping area in the capital and then crashed into a store. Police say one woman, who was a teacher, was killed. Several others were injured, including some high school students as well. The driver is currently being examined at a hospital. CNN International correspondent Fred Pleitgen, who's normally based in Germany, is actually joining us on this story from Moscow. So Fred, what more do we know about the driver at this point and what happened?
Hi there, Zane. Well, one of the things that we have been able to get from the Berlin police is they say, first of all, they don't know whether or not this was a deliberate incident or some sort of accident, whether this car might have gone out of control. However, they are saying that the driver is a 29-year-old Armenian German who's also a resident of Berlin. You can actually see on the video that we're showing on screen right now that the car has the license plates that starts with B, which means it's registered in Berlin, and they have now confirmed that the driver is a resident of Berlin. Apparently, after all of this took place, he was actually apprehended by passers-by and then handed over to authorities. So it was people who were around the scene who actually managed to apprehend the driver of that vehicle as he was apparently trying to go away from the scene. The other thing that the Berlin police are saying is that this seems to be an accident that maybe, or an incident that didn't take place over a long period of time, but certainly over a larger distance. Apparently what happened is that the car rolled onto the pavement and then hit a group of people on the sidewalk, then actually went back onto the road, drove further down the road, then went back on the pavement and finally wound out inside that storefront that you're seeing on your screens right now. Obviously something that put a lot of people in Berlin into great shock. And again, we've been saying one person killed, apparently a school teacher, several school students from another state in Germany also injured in that incident, some of them with life-threatening injuries. So a really awful incident that took place there in Berlin as the authorities are still trying to piece together whether or not this was an accident or whether or not there might have been some sort of other motive at play. Zane?
All right, Fred Pleitgen, live for us there. Thank you so much. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson was greeted with cheers and boos as he walked into Parliament earlier. It was his first time taking questions from lawmakers since surviving a no-confidence vote earlier this week. The Prime Minister defiantly vowed that nothing and no one would stop him from doing his job despite the intentions of his opponents. And he says his political career is just getting started.
In a long political career so far, I have, of course, picked up, barely begun, I have, of course, picked up political opponents all over the place. And that is because And that is because this government has done some very big and very remarkable things which they did not necessarily approve of.
The Prime Minister is under pressure for breaking COVID-19 lockdown rules and getting fined by police as well. All right, coming up here on One World, calls for gun control are getting louder in the US after multiple mass shootings. We'll speak with one survivor about what lawmakers can do to turn things around. Hello and welcome back to One World. Let's catch up on the headlines. The corruption trial for former FIFA president Sepp Blatter and French football legend Michel Platini got underway today in a Swiss courtroom, but proceedings were adjourned until Thursday after Blatter said he was having chest pains. The men deny accusations that they defrauded FIFA of more than $2 million. A passenger train has derailed in eastern Iran near the city of Tabas. The Iranian Red Crescent says that at least 17 people were killed and 50 more were injured. The train, carrying 348 passengers, collided with an excavator on the rail, according to state media. The families of two men who went missing in the Brazilian Amazon want authorities to intensify their search. British journalist Dom Phillips and Bruno Pereira, an Indigenous affairs expert, were in the remote Javari Valley on Sunday. Phillips was researching a book on conservation efforts there. Uvalde, Buffalo, Orlando, each one of these American cities has experienced the terror of a mass shooting, and each one has caused unimaginable pain in different ways. In Uvalde, it was the devastation of losing children, especially in a place where they're supposed to be the safest. In Buffalo, there was the cruelty of racism as a killer targeted a predominantly black community. And in Orlando, almost 6 years ago today, a popular gay venue suffered what President Biden called the deadliest attack against the LGBTQ+ community. After each tragedy, we've heard desperate pleas for action like this.
To the lawmakers who feel that we do not need stricter gun laws, let me paint a picture for you. My son, Zaire, has a hole in the right side of his neck, 2 on his back, and another on his left leg, caused by an exploding bullet from an AR-15. As I clean his wounds, I can feel pieces of that bullet in his back. Shrapnel will be left inside of his body for the rest of his life. Now I want you to picture that exact scenario for one of your children.
Senator Everhart there speaking about what happened to her child in the Buffalo mass shooting. Still, despite these urgent calls, little has actually been done to stop these massacres. Time now for the exchange and a conversation with a survivor of the Orlando nightclub shooting. Brandon Wolf lost several friends in the attack almost 6 years ago. He says he's had enough of empty promises from elected officials and is urging them to back up their words with actions. Here's what he told lawmakers back in 2019.
I'm not the first person who's lost loved ones in a shooting fueled by hate. There are people like me in Charleston, Pittsburgh, San Diego, El Paso, and so many more. And the fact is, there are actions that this Congress, that you can take right now to push back against hate and violence.
Brandon Wolf joins me live now. Brandon, when I watched your testimony, I thought it was incredibly moving. I mean, you really painted a clear picture of what you experienced on that fateful day, and just we all mourned with you as you grieved 2 very, very close friends. When you testified before Congress just 3 years ago, did you genuinely expect that something would be different, that things would change in this country?
Well, I'll tell you this. First of all, it's lovely to be on. Thank you so much. And thank you for keeping all eyes on this issue as those powerful families show courage in traveling to Washington, D.C. I'll say this. I run on hope because, as I've said to others, it's about all I've got left. Everything that I loved and cared for was ripped away from me almost 6 years ago in a place that was supposed to be safe for people like me. And so I have hope. I had hope then, I have hope today that we can continue to push forward, that we can make progress on this issue. But I'm also not naive. I know that the current makeup of the United States Senate and their obsession with this archaic filibuster rule have allowed them to coast from crisis to crisis, host a few hearings here and there, look like they care, and offer thoughts and prayers only to serve up more of the status quo. I know that that's holding us back today, but I also know that there's a groundswell of support for common sense gun safety measures. I know that those things are broadly popular in this country, and it feels to me like we're reaching a tipping point. You heard it from, Matthew McConaughey yesterday from the White House podium that something has to change. We're all in agreement that the way we're doing things just isn't working. Our experiment of guns on every street corner simply is not working, and it's getting our children killed. So while I'm not naive to the process and to the things holding us back, I still hold on to that hope that this community, this society, this country can come together to get something done.
Does it feel different this time, though? I mean, a lot of people thought that after Sandy Hook we would see a lot of change, and of course we didn't. Now, the second time this country's seen a mass shooting at an elementary school, and this time we're actually seeing and hearing from survivors, children talking about, an 11-year-old girl actually talking about smearing herself in her friend's blood so that the shooter would think that she was dead. I mean, again, no 11-year-old should have to experience anything like that. Does it feel different this time, though, do you think, Brandon?
I hope so. And you know, to your point, the stories of people who are directly impacted are the ones that change hearts and minds. It's really easy in this country, because so many of these shootings happen all the time, for lawmakers to rely on us getting numb to the numbers, that it's, you know, it's 27 here, 17 there, another 21 somewhere else, it's 49 at Pulse nightclub. And those numbers can make you feel a little bit numb to the reality of what's happening, but those aren't just numbers. They're missing faces at birthday parties. They're empty seats at dinner tables. They're, you know, cards and phone calls that you never get again. And in this case, they are children. And these children are crying out for help. I think hearing the stories of survivors, hearing the stories of parents who've had to bury their loved ones, those are the things that begin to change hearts and minds. And I do think what you're hearing across this country is a consensus, even from registered Republicans and certainly from gun owners, that they agree something is broken. Something is fundamentally broken about the way we have allowed our obsession with easy access to firearms to cost the lives of our children. And at least what I've been hearing anecdotally across the country, not just here in Florida, but also in Texas, I was there last weekend, is that people want to find some solution. They don't know what it is yet today. They're not sure if we're going to be able to bridge all of our gaps, but they want something to change. No one wants to send their kids to school and worry that they might be bringing them home in a body bag anymore.
Yeah, and we're seeing, you know, obviously some movement in that there is a bipartisan group of senators that are working towards some possible gun reform. We could see a deal as early as this week, possibly. But in your opinion, as someone who has survived a mass shooting, I mean, you talked about that awful night. You were in the bathroom, you heard gunshots ring out, you know, you looked for your friends, you called them multiple times, they didn't answer, you realized that they were gone. What does need to change specifically, Brandon?
Well, we know what needs to change. And I appreciate you bringing it back to the humanity, because that's what's at the core of this, is that, you know, worlds are being ripped apart. Whole communities are being shattered. My best friends were my chosen family. They were my brothers, and I called them hundreds, if not thousands of times, desperate to know that they might wake up, that maybe one of them was in a hospital bed somewhere, but unfortunately they took 19 rounds from an assault rifle between the two of them and never made it home to say goodbye to their parents. That is simply fundamentally unacceptable in an industrialized country, and one that claims to be exceptional. And so we know what we could do tomorrow. We could expand background checks in this country to include online sales and folks who are at gun shows. We could implement a national red flag law that allows people to be temporarily removed from their firearms when we know they're a danger to themselves and others. We could raise the age of purchase to 21. And by the way, those are things that we did in the state of Florida, that Republicans led in the state of Florida in 2018 after the shooting at Parkland. These things are not as difficult as they're made out to be by leaders in Congress. These things really do have bipartisan and broad support. We're not talking about disrespecting the Second Amendment. We're talking about respecting law-abiding gun owners by not simply handing out guns to people who shouldn't have them, by saying that if you're going to own and wield a firearm, you should be responsible, you should know how to use it, you should have it safely stored. And we don't want to have those things falling into the hands of people that we already know are going to use them to commit acts of mass violence against other people. Those are common sense reforms. They're broadly agreed upon. We already have the legislative framework there. Now we just need some political willpower to get them over the finish line.
Yeah, and this Sunday it will be the 6th year anniversary of that Pulse nightclub shooting. Our thoughts are with you, Brendan. Our thoughts are with the families of your two very, very good friends, and thank you for using your voice to speak up on this issue.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Right. Lawyers for more than 90 women and girls who were sexually abused by former USA gymnastics team Dr. Larry Nassar have submitted claims to the FBI. They're seeking more than $1 billion, saying investigators could have protected other victims had they not mishandled the case. The claimants include Simone Biles and Ali Raceman, two of the biggest names in just gymnastics. Golf and controversy rarely said in the same breath, but that's not the case for the Live Golf tournament. Some of golf's biggest players tee off in the controversial first event Thursday. Saudi Arabia, which is backing the tournament, is accused of pumping money into high-profile events, in part to distract from its human rights record. The purse for this first event is $25 million. Phil Mickelson walked back comments he made about the Saudis and will be playing in the event. Dustin Johnson and Kevin Na quit the PGA Tour to play. And we've just learned that Bryson DeChambeau is next to sign up for the tournament. Is this the future of golf? Let's bring in Alex Thomas, live in St. Albans, England. Alex, just walk us through this. What's the latest?
Yeah, I mean, this is where sport and geopolitics, not for the first time, Zain, are colliding. Backed by the billions of dollars of Saudi Arabia's private investment fund, this Live Golf Invitational Series that launches tomorrow, Thursday my time, here in the UK at the Centurion Club just outside London, is set to fundamentally change professional men's golf, perhaps forever, but it hasn't come without its controversy, as you were mentioning, with the Saudi links and the Arab nation being accused of sports washing when you use the glory of sport, the popularity of sport to clean up your image, in Saudi's case for human rights abuses and alleged state-sponsored killings, then obviously it becomes a moral choice potentially for players whether or not to be involved. Their poster boy is Phil Mickelson, really the golden boy of golf for 3 decades, even during the Tiger Woods era, but the curtain was unveiled into what he's like maybe behind that public persona when comments he made about working with the Saudis and how scary they were unveiled by a golf writer. He apologised but took his longest ever hiatus from the sport, 4 months, reappearing earlier on Wednesday to face the media in what was a half-hour grilling, and this is what he said about the core issue.
I don't condone human rights violations at all. I don't think nobody here does, throughout the world, and I'm certainly aware of what has happened with Jamal Khashoggi, and I think it's terrible. I've also seen the good that the game of golf has done throughout history, and I believe that Live Golf is going to do a lot of good for the game as well.
Saying a month or two ago, this project seemed dead in the water because it looked like everyone was trying to get as far away from it as possible. Now they have Mickelson, a World Golf Hall of Famer, Dustin Johnson, a former world #1 as recently as last year, on board. And as you say, only in the last few hours, reports that Bryson DeChambeau, a major champion and the man in golf with his power hitting just a couple of years ago, is sure to jump ship from the PGA Tour as well. The appeal for the players is clear: shorter tournaments, fewer of them through the year, millions and billions of dollars at stake, and it all kicks off here on Thursday. It could be an absolute game changer for the sport of golf.
And just talk to us about just really the amount of money that is pumped into this sport quickly, Alex.
Well, for example, Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson are going to make more from this venture alone than they have in a combined 45 years on the PGA Tour. And just for this one event, each of them are going to make more than Tiger Woods has earned in his entire career.
All right, Alex Thomas, live for us there. Thanks so much. And thank you for watching One World. I'm Zain Asher. African Voices up next. You're watching CNN.
In South Africa, we meet a man who's taken the plunge into an Arctic seafaring career, and he's inspiring others to do the same along the way. This is Cape Town, and aboard the SA Agulhas II, Captain Knowledge Bengu has returned from a historic voyage he'll never forget.
It was it's very euphoric on many levels, partly because we were part of a century-long history, and I never thought I would set eyes on her at this day and age. I'm a captain of a polar research vessel and explore some of the most remote places on Earth. I am Captain Knowledge Bengu, and I am a change maker.
Captain Knowledge Bengu's own journey began south of the port city of Durban on South Africa's east coast.
The house actually where I grew up is up here on the left, and Cecil Luatla, the man that made me go to see his house, also is up here on the left.
Captain Bengu's journey has taken him from his childhood home to some of the most dangerous seas on the planet.
When I grew up in Umlazi, my first dream was to become a medical doctor. As the time went by, I started realizing that, hang on, maybe I could change to this seagoing career and I can make a remarkable change to how people perceive the sea. Because as in the black community, people are terrified of water, terrified of careers involving seagoing. So when I had this opportunity, then I just didn't hesitate.
With his mind made up, he started studying further to pursue his nautical dream.
So this is when I was at Natal Technikon doing maritime studies. I was in one of the computer labs.
Through hard work, he moved quickly through the ranks.
Good thing about the seagoing career is that there's no shortcuts, and meaning that you have to go through different ranks. This is the SA Agulhas, the predecessor of the SA Agulhas II. This is the ship that gave me my first polar experience in 2003. I served on her as a cadet, third officer, second officer, chief officer, and also had the command. When this vessel was delivered in 2012, I was transferred straight from the Agulhas to Agulhas II.
10 years ago, Captain Bengu decided to focus on acquiring the skills that would allow him to explore these icy waters.
This is a group photograph of all the participants during my year in 2012, where I attended an ice navigation course in Chile. So this is me over there. So the next Antarctic voyage that year, I was an ice pilot. And then following that year, I was then promoted to the captain on this very same vessel.
The Agulhas II is a world-class research vessel, and though Captain Bengu is now a veteran of Antarctic exploration, he admits it's a challenging place to work.
The last expedition was my 14th time going to Antarctica, and I always get surprised. The conditions are never the same. So you are trained to be able to anticipate things before they even happen. And all that is almost like embedded in your sort of like your polar DNA, if I can call it that, you know. So there are no shortcuts. It's all based on experience. Don't tell the ice tells you where to go.
Next, we'll join Captain Bengu on an expedition to find perhaps the world's most sought-after shipwreck. In late 2021, Captain Knowledge Bengu left his home outside Amanzi Mtoti on the KwaZulu-Natal coast of South Africa to head to Cape Town and then to Antarctica.
Antarctica is a beautiful place. I went twice as a cadet. I went a few times as a third officer, a few times as a second navigating officer, a few times as a chief navigating officer, and plenty times as a master. I can never tell you that if the next voyage to Antarctica will be a breeze.
Captain Bengu's journey from cadet to captain has been a remarkable one.
Who was my captain? I do believe it was a calling for me, partly because of how I excelled the moment I got into the career.
When he's not at sea, Captain Bengu is part of an organization working to make young people aware of opportunities within the maritime sector through a school outreach program called Marico.
We show different positions within the maritime network, and it also helps kids to know that even if they don't go to sea, they can still participate in the maritime chain.
He has also taken part in creating educational booklets.
The schools that are underprivileged, that don't have internet access, we have to have hard copies. We print it out as we need, and we distribute it to schools.
In February 2022, he reported for duty at the helm of the world-class research vessel, the Agulhas II.
I was requested by name to do we left Cape Town on the 5th of February at 1800, and we were headed to the Weddell Sea.
The expedition would traverse the notoriously stormy waters of the Southern Ocean to the icy seas around Antarctica. Their aim, to find perhaps the world's most elusive shipwreck.
When we arrived in Antarctica, it was around the 17th of February, and that's when we started our search for the Endurance.
Captain Bengu first heard of Anglo-Irish explorer Ernest Shackleton and his vessel, the Endurance, 20 years ago.
Well, I became aware of Shackleton from when I joined the older colors. It was 2002, but I never thought to be, I would have to one day go and locate the Endurance.
Expedition leader polar geographer John Shears has more than 30 years' experience exploring the Arctic and Antarctic.
The story of Shackleton, I think, has resonated down the ages. It's an incredible story of survival. And I think people have always wondered what happened to his ship. It's a very, very remote place to be, very difficult to get to. It's been a huge, huge achievement to even get here. It's probably the most challenging shipwreck search ever undertaken.
In 2019, Shears and Captain Bengu first journeyed together to the Antarctic. Despite approximate coordinates left by the navigator of the Endurance when it sank more than 100 years ago, finding the wreck was never going to be easy. A sophisticated underwater drone would play a crucial role in the search.
It actually has a tether which goes all the way to the surface, so we can stay with it as it is searching. We can follow what it's doing, we know exactly where it is, and when we want to, we can actually see what it is seeing in real time.
But time was running out.
You're absolutely sick with nerves. And then we were getting down the line, not finding it, and finally we were down to the last few days, and there was nothing, and then boom.
And on the 5th of March at 1605, we located the shipwreck.
The saber-toothed underwater drone provided an incredible view of the Endurance, unseen for a century.
I was stunned, absolutely stunned, because the wreck is in incredible condition. You can still see the original paint on the vessel. You can see the ropes and the rigging. It's as if it sank only yesterday.
And to commemorate the moment, expedition archaeologist Menson Bound presented Captain Bengu with a gift.
After the endurance was discovered, he then came and handed over this to me. This is something that I will keep close to my heart because this is a great achievement.
And for Captain Bengu, a journey that started with the encouragement of a seafaring neighbor is one that has made his community proud.
What is nice that people do embrace what I do. They're proud of what I've achieved, and especially for the family, for the country. And I can tell you I've got a very proud family out there, especially with this made world news. So they're extremely proud.
What an incredible story. Thanks so much for watching. You can always head to the website to catch up on more change-making content. I'm Ari Topo. See you next week.